generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Oh, yes, indeed. Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. This is the People's Breakfast. My name is Mung'ala, Mbuvi, and it's now 1 minute past 6 o'clock. I'm seated across this gentleman known as City Muga. Mr. Muga, habari ya asubuhi uko namna gani? Uliamka vipi? Ulilalaje? Siku imekuwa namna gani? Umeona ikiwa fiti asubuhi?
Ndio nimeanza hivyo siku.
Oh, okay.
Ndio, lakini kwa masaa haya mafupi siku nzuri.
Nini kimefanyika cha maana ama kitu ambacho unaweza sema ya kwamba kime make impact katika maisha yako?
Kutoka jana mani leo, kutoka leo asubuhi peke yake.
Kutoka jana tuachane.
Wajua bwana, uhai
Naam.
na afya nzuri.
Naam.
Basi mambo muhimu ni hayo.
Aha.
Haya mengine,
yes,
unaweza kuyapangisha mlolongo.
Naam.
Ama mstari. Lakini hayana umuhimu
kabisa
kama maisha nzuri, kama afya nzuri.
Naam. Nakubaliana na wewe. Actually truly agree with you, because at the end of the day, if you have good health, you are in good shape, you can literally do everything else, or any other problem you have, you can actually solve. Yes, because if you didn't have the good health, no matter how much money you have, no matter how much love you get, I mean, if you don't have good health, you can't function.
That is true.
Yeah. All right. So it is the 14th day of October 2025, guys. Mwaka unakimbia, as in like for real. I feel like it's like the world is rushing somewhere. I honestly don't know. Time is really flying.
Time never really flies. It's just that your brain is processing very many activities at the same time.
You think so?
Well, that's what it's doing. Because there are many things happening at the same time. No sooner had we taken a breather from the Russia-Ukraine war.
Yes.
Gaza, Israel flared up and has continued to flare up.
Yeah.
No sooner had that begun, there have been youthful uprising all over the world, and they keep increasing.
Hey, have you seen the one in Madagascar?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
The security forces told the president, we're not shooting anybody.
Right.
Sorry.
Oh, and then he also appointed one of his generals as the prime minister.
Yes.
And I'm like, different countries and how they handle issues. When I look at how Kenya handled her issues, I look at how Madagascar has done it, Bangladesh, Nepal, and I'm like, do you know
Morocco,
we are living
Nigeria.
We're living in a very interesting time.
Interesting time.
Yeah.
We are. And Macmillan.
Yes.
Spoke the same words when he was in Cape Town in the 50s and talk about the wind of change. Because not long after that is when we started seeing those winds of change in Africa.
Right. Macmillan, the same guy we named our library after.
Yeah, huyo.
Okay.
Huyo Kalao Divi.
Right.
Alikuwa ndiye anasimamia makoloni na vitu kama hizo.
Naam.
Yes. So Her Majesty's government at that particular point.
Yes.
So right now we have similar winds of change in the 21st century.
Right.
And they're
across the world.
Right across the world. And there are protests. If it isn't this, it is that. And there's hardly any country in the world where you're not experiencing protests. If it's America, you'll find Chicago, they're protesting against President Trump and his idea that he wants to bring the military.
Actually, you know, I before, when we had our issues last year, I actually thought Kenya is very unique.
We at that point we were unique.
Yeah. Then a few months later, that uniqueness disappeared.
No. But there are many countries and there are many people across the world who claim that the spiritual leadership of this particular thinking
of the uprising,
it came from here.
Yeah.
Because the Kenyan uprising was honestly peaceful.
True.
Peaceful.
Oh yeah.
In fact, it was a jamboree. It was fun.
Fun fair.
It was a fun fair.
Right.
Until it wasn't.
Yeah. It's sad. And one time, we will sit down and decipher exactly what happened during that maandamano. And the truth shall honestly come out.
The truth is with us even now. Because to understand the truth sometimes, you look there are those who want to look into the past, and it is important too. But sometimes you look at the activities that followed that particular momentous moment,
Right.
and it gives you clear clues as to what happened at that particular point in time.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying that in future, and that future can be even next week, next month, or next year,
Yes.
or even 10 years from now, we shall sit down and someone somewhere will tell us that Kenya, this is exactly what happened.
You know, we don't really need to wait that long. With the elections around the corner, one of the things that people do in this country when they're campaigning, they say things that ordinarily they would not say. They try to give the impression that they have a clear understanding of what's happening and that they align themselves with the pain of the people more than anybody else.
Right.
Some take the path of trying to show that those who are in leadership are horribly, terribly people. People whom they worked with until they didn't work with them.
True story.
So, all these things happening, you just need to have a keen ear in listening to what is happening and to observing what is happening. And you'll know. One thing that is certain, that particular uprising shook the status quo.
Oh, yes, it did. Yes, it did.
It shook it to the core, I believe.
Yeah.
And that in itself is not a bad thing.
Like you said, the truth eventually, haijifichangi sana, itatokezea tu. A couple of things happened today in history. 1947, the sound barrier was broken. So on this day, Air Force Captain Chuck Yeager became the first person to break the sound barrier in level flight, testing the rocket-powered Bell X-1 research aircraft over the Mojave Desert. So in 1947, the sound barrier.
Kaput.
And here in Africa, Mogadishu, Somalia experienced its worst terrorist attacks when a truck bombing in the capital killed over 580 people and wounded hundreds more. So two significant events in history. Sound barrier was broken and Somalia experienced their worst terrorist attack in 2017 on this day. Yeah. Kakablaza, uko nayo medali. Kama kawaida, of course, uko nayo.
Yes.
Tunaenda Cape Verde kama kawaida.
Hapana, tuko Mozambique.
Tuko Mozambique.
Msumbiji.
Tunashindanga tukienda hivi. Mozambique, Cape Verde.
Well, we started. I went to Cape Verde, tulimalizana nayo.
Okay.
Nikarudi Mozambique.
Nam.
Okay?
Okay.
So I'm in the southern part of Africa. Even next week,
Yes.
I'll still be in the southern part of Africa.
All right.
And the week after that, I will now go to North Africa.
Okay. Kule kwa kina Morocco,
Algeria.
Algeria.
How wenzetu hao. Yes.
The Sahel. Oh, Sahel iko hapo
Hapo
Sahara.
katikati.
Okay.
No. Sahel is a region ambayo inakava nchi kadhaa.
Ndio.
So
Ina stretch kutoka west all the way mpaka east.
you're right, and inagusa north pia.
Naam.
Yes, hata central inagusa.
Ndio.
Yes.
All right. Sawa. Kwa hivyo kwa leo tuko Mozambique.
Tuko Mozambique.
Let's go.
A man does not run among thorns for no reason. Either he is chasing a snake, or a snake is chasing him.
Bwana, Afrika walikuwa wanatoa hizi methali za
Bwana wewe, wajua Mwafrika na nyoka bwana.
A man does not run through the thorns for nothing.
For no reason.
For no reason.
Ati bana miba ndio na jamaa ndio huyo. Hapana bana.
No.
Either according to how jamaa.
Right.
He is chasing a snake,
right,
or a snake is chasing him.
Why on earth would you chase a snake anyway?
Bana mimi nitajuaje?
Why on earth? Apart from, of course, snake catchers, those who create antivenom and so on and so forth. We understand you. Lakini hao wengine wa ati you're chasing a snake. My guy. Jipe shughuli bana. Thank you for that, Methali. Hiyo inamaanisha ya kwamba if you see a man running, and that is man or woman,
kuna sababu.
Yes, there's a reason. Yeah, it's either they are running towards something or away from something.
Point well made.
Yes.
Point well made.
And I'll take the example of maandamano. Ukiona Mkenya amekimbia wakati wa maandamano, bro, toka mbio. Ni kumaanisha makarao wako nyuma yake ama wewe ndio karao. Na wewe ndio unakimbizwa. So take that to the bank. Okay, it's time for us to get on to that website that we absolutely love. It's called Radio Generation Kenya. rgk.co.ke is where you'll find all the bold insights and, of course, real talk. As far as conversations are concerned, CT and I will be having that for the next 4 hours. So if you'd like to join us, of which I know you do like to join us, you're definitely going to enjoy this ride. The first story that I see here on our website is about Kenyatta National Hospital. Let me just open this and see what it's all about. 1 in 3 Kenyan babies with heart defects die waiting for surgery. Yeah. All right. So this one is by Tanya. Every year, hundreds of children born with heart defects in Kenya face a painful wait for surgery, a wait that for many ends in tragedy. At Kenyatta National Hospital, where most of these young patients are referred, only a small number make it to the operating table. A recent joint study by the University of Nairobi and Kenyatta National Hospital has revealed that more than a third of children with congenital heart disease die before receiving treatment. The researchers reviewed 1,703 patient records covering admissions between January 2016 and December 2021 and found that 36.1% of the babies died within a year of diagnosis. City. It's a very, it's a bad number. I mean, it wouldn't have been better even if they said one patient dies, but still, 36.1% of the babies died within a year of diagnosis. Congenital diseases, are very tricky because it means that this person, they developed in the womb of their mother with that particular condition. And unfortunately here in Kenya, sometimes we are unable to diagnose these problems because either the mothers don't go for prenatal care. And actually that's one of the main reasons, really. Because unapata mama mtoto anasema there's not enough money, whether it's insurance or even just liquid cash for them to actually go to hospital and get that prenatal care. And also sometimes, depending on where you live as a mother, you're unable to get those services because kama ukoko ushago in the bundus, as long as unaenda pale tu alafu daktari anasikiza heartbeat ya mtoto anakuambia mtoto ako sawa. But there are very many other congenital situations or congenital conditions that can actually come up during prenatal care. But yeah, this is very sad that 6.1% of babies die within a year of diagnosis and some don't even get to the operation table. It's quite sad indeed. Hope something happens as far as that is concerned in terms of maybe more mothers need to go for specialized care, get checked during prenatal, and if something comes up, you actually go for the treatment that is required. Some situations can actually be taken care of while the child is still in the womb before they are born. There are actually very sophisticated operations that can be done nowadays to ensure that mother and child have a safe delivery.
The thing about healthcare, one of the indicators of the robust nature of that healthcare service is the life of newborns.
Mm-hmm.
You see, if a child survives up to the age of 5, the likelihood of them continuing to live is usually very high. Mm-hmm. Now, the stories we tell about child mortality has to do with how we have reduced that over time. It's one of the indicators of the robustness of our health service provision. Now, if we read news like this, then clearly something is wrong and there's a gap in the provision of that particular service, and unfortunately it's fatal. Because we are actually being told that children who necessarily do not need to die are dying. Yes. Mm-hmm. And it is not that we do not have experts. I am going to bring, before the week ends, a pediatric cardiologist to come and discuss these matters. Somebody who is a heart specialist in children, so that we can have this discussion at great length.
True.
Yes, we should have this. Today is Tuesday.
Today is Tuesday.
Thursday.
All right.
Ikichelewa Friday. Yes.
Bill targets SGBV offenders with tougher jail terms and mandatory payouts to victims. Survivors of sexual and gender-based violence, that is SGBV, could soon receive mandatory compensation from their abusers if a new bill sponsored by the Kenya Women Senators Association is passed into law. The proposed legislation introduces stricter penalties for combined jail terms with financial restitution to ensure justice and recovery for victims. The bill outlines a dual punishment framework aimed at holding perpetrators accountable through both imprisonment and compensation. It focuses on closing legal gaps that have allowed offenders, especially those responsible for defilement and impregnating underage girls, to evade justice. Now, to achieve this, the draft law seeks to amend several existing statutes, including the Sexual Offences Act of 2006, the Children Act of 2022, the Basic Education Act of 2013, the Marriage Act 2014, and the Counter-Trafficking in Persons Act 2010. Now someone might be asking, why is the Marriage Act included in this amendment, of this draft law rather? I'm sure you've probably had people who are raped actually in their marriages by their partners. Yeah, so this one is going to be very, very interesting to see how it pans out. That is, the Kenya Women Senators Association has decided to take on this task. And I wonder what happens in other countries, such as the US, for example, the kinds of laws they have as far as sexual and gender-based violence is concerned. Yeah.
If you have laws that mitigate against any such unwarranted, bizarre behavior, it is in the acknowledgement that such behavior exists. So you are mitigating against it.
Yep.
But this is a mental health question. What is it that happens to a full-grown person, man, where they seem to find, this is a question that I'm asking regarding even
pedophiles.
Yes. And these fellows who commit this horrific act, having sex with children, and then there's another lot who want to film these things, and
child pornography.
You wonder. You really wonder, because the knee-jerk reaction is such a person should not even be left alive, but that isn't the right way to think, because that person may have a problem that is beyond what you're seeing is a manifestation of a problem. Yes.
I mean, there has to be a psychological explanation, and not an excuse, but an explanation as to why these people do what they do.
There is. There is an explanation.
Yeah.
There is a reason. There is a reason. You may not agree with it, but there is. It is, you see, when you think of these bizarre things, it is the same question I ask, and because in my opinion it falls in the same category. Most of us are villagers. Of the 290 constituencies and the members of parliament we vote for, the vast majority of them are in rural areas. And many of these people grew up in the rural areas.
Yeah.
How then, when somebody grew up, and most of them grew up with difficulties, how then, when you've experienced such difficulties and you're in a position to bring about change, you entrench the difficulties for others, and the others are the people who elected you to bring about change? I mean, what sort of madness is that? It is not any different.
There's a video I was watching over the weekend of an African man, a different nation, and I couldn't understand the language he was speaking because obviously I'm not a native of that country, but this person was apparently, and this is, I can't verify what he was saying also, but there was, the video was captioned. Apparently this man was crying over the fact that the age of consensual sex and the age of marriage in his country had been raised from some teenage age to something much higher. And he was literally crying because he was like, now, our options have been reduced because we no longer be able to marry children, and this is wrong. And alikuwa nakashifu serikali yake, saying, what kind of nonsense is this? So if indeed it is true what was being said in that video, again, I can't verify because he was speaking his native language, but the video was captioned. If indeed it is true that he was lamenting over this situation where the age has been raised, then we have a very big problem.
Do you know how many communities we have in the 21st century in this country where it is okay to marry children? Do you know how many there are?
I'm sure there are many.
Oh, yes, there are.
Yeah, even here in Kenya.
I'm talking about Kenya.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about Kenya.
I didn't hear that part.
I
but yeah.
apologize. Yes.
But yeah, I mean, I know. At one point the Maasai community walikuwa wanatakiwa sana because of that. And many other communities, I'm forgetting.
Wako wengi sana. All these cases you hear of teachers having sex with their students, these are children.
Yeah.
Okay? There are people who consider it to be sport.
Normal.
Sport, it is normal. Okay? Now, one has to actually understand what needs to be done to stem this. In a time gone by, it was the norm, in fact, to marry a young person. Young.
Yeah.
It was the norm. Where a 16-year-old was considered old.
After 16, remember Mbali. There's a time I read something in the newspaper where someone had been arrested here in this country because of impregnating a 9-year-old child. A 9-year-old girl. Yeah. Ndio ni kubaya. So we need to find ways, and I hope this law shall at least assist somewhere. But I hope there's some very proper, strict punishments in there, not just sijui umefungwa or sijui fine umetoleshwa fine ya sijui X amount of money. Because people need to be afraid of doing this thing. Like they need to we need to put the fear of God in them. I don't mean preaching to them. Like they need to be afraid. The same way you'd be afraid of going to hell. That kind of fear. But hell is here on earth. That kind of fear.
This is a subject worthy of further discussion.
All right. Let's move on to another story here. Let me see what has been posted. Police condemn killing of officer on duty along Dennis Pritt Road. I heard of this story yesterday and I was like, yeah. So the National Police Service has condemned the killing of a police officer who was attacked on Monday morning by a man armed with a bow and arrows along Dennis Pritt Road near State House, Gate D in Nairobi. In a statement, the National Police Service said the incident occurred at around 8 a.m. Tukiwa hapa kwa show. Kuna mtu alikuwa anashutua na bows and arrows huko. At around 8:10 a.m. when the 56-year-old assailant rapidly approached officers stationed in the area. Despite being ordered to surrender, the man advanced towards Police Constable Ramadhan Matanka and shot him in the left ribs with an arrow. Officers from the General Service Unit swiftly subdued and arrested the attacker. Constable Matanka was rushed to Kenyatta National Hospital where he succumbed to his injuries while receiving treatment. His body was later moved to the hospital's mortuary for a post-mortem examination. The National Police Service described the incident as a heinous act and commended the officers for their quick response, which prevented further harm. The service extended its condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues of the late Constable Matanka, noting that he paid the ultimate price while serving the country. This is bizarre.
Absolutely.
Again, and yesterday we were looking at a situation whereby also someone lost their life, and you were like, we really can't say much because we do not know exactly what happened. And also in this case, we know how the officer lost his life, but why this particular individual, the assailant, attacked this officer, and specifically this particular officer with bow and arrow.
And if you read about the story, these people were not strangers. They
knew each other.
They knew each other.
So the victim and the perpetrator
knew each other. That's why when this fellow approached the fellow who was shot with an arrow, he was not apprehensive. He actually even just walked towards him. Yes, they knew each other.
Wasi. No, and I'm asking a genuine question because I just need to understand. At what point do you decide someone has to die? And you attack them with whatever weapons, you attack them to the point of killing them?
There are those who claim that at the time somebody decides to end the other person's life, they are actually, it's a temporary insanity. You're not exactly in your right mind. At that moment. And that moment is often accompanied by a very high degree of anger. You are upset.
Okay, I'm trying to understand what would make me that upset. Obviously, attacking my family members would really make me upset.
Believe me, there are things that will make you extremely upset.
But bro, you know me, I believe in the rule of law.
You wait. There are things that will happen to you, and that rule of law will fly out of the window.
I hope I'm never tested in that way, bro.
We keep praying that doesn't happen.
I hope I'm never tested that way, because kuna njia nyingi sana. Let me take an example, and I'm not saying that this is exactly what happened in this situation, but we've heard of people killing other people over love, over a lover, over ulilala na bibi yangu kind of situation.
People have killed each other over 10 shillings, my friend.
Then there's that. But I'm saying the one that you actually premeditate. Unasema siti leo ataniona. I go gather whatever weapons I gather, then I come and deal with you.
That in Kiswahili falls under the category of madharau. Somebody feels that this person is disrespecting me. I will show them. Wataona, I'll give them the gift of sight. Hiyo.
Juu waonangi siku zingine utaniona, juu siku zingine unionangi siti. But you know, I'm honestly really trying to understand. And in this particular situation, I okay, in other situations where we've had that, sijui siti alipatikana na bibia nani, then nani akaamua kufanya hiyo kitu. And you know, I'm like, with all the women we have here in Kenya, if you look at our census, population of 58 million people, there's you minus your family members, you have like 50 something million people to deal with. Like, you can literally pick out any other person out of these 50 million plus people. Then you choose to just, because city alivuka na fulani, sasa now it's, I honestly don't get it.
I honestly get it.
No.
I don't just get it.
Unajua ni madimu wangapi wameniacha wakienda watu wengine, and I'm still breathing.
You see,
over the years, of course.
You have the capacity to be philosophical about it. Many people don't. No. It's a personal affront. There are people who actually leave wives at the point of divorcing them. They see that woman whom they've divorced with someone else. Where?
So it's a situation of if I can't be with you, then no one else can.
Akuna. Matters of the emotions, unfortunately, do not follow logic. Yes.
They do not follow logic.
No, they do not. And that's why crimes that occur as a result of that are referred to as crimes of passion.
Yeah. You chungu na kuanga nayo, yani mpaka you decide that, you know, even when we go out there on Fridays, Saturdays, whenever you're enjoying yourself on a public holiday, and then someone comes and then they start making a move on your person, and then you're like, and then you start throwing blows. For me, I'm just like, bruh, is she interested? Are you interested? Then see, she's not, so you go. Then we move on. But if you are, then see, you go. And I also look around and see, ule pia ako peke yake, then we move on. Hii story ati now you have to break the tables, throw blows. Why?
Madharau, when someone feels that their very being is being threatened, and that you're showing them maximum disrespect, how dare you? That one.
Okay, let's even go with madharau. Okay, fine, nimekudharau.
As I said, you have the capacity to be philosophical. Most people do not have that capacity. The moment the disrespect enters the conversation, harm is coming your way. And it'll be in the form of a blow. If they have an object with which they can hit you, they will also hit you. But they will cause you harm. Yeah.
Even road rage. Someone else has hooted at you, then you want to exit your car and go grab them by the neck.
So there's like a story I'm reading here in the Star where somebody ran over another a boss with an earth mover.
Because?
There was a small quarrel to do with the diesel which was lost or misplaced. So you repairs on you.
So you ran over your boss because he accused you of stealing the diesel?
There were other issues, but there were no women involved in this particular issue.
But nile hendu tumezoeana sana yani.
Yes. So him in his anger. Earth mover. You know, when nothing runs over, you know you're dead.
Of course.
Yes, there's no life after death here. Yes, death after death. So the person, yes, it's an issue.
Kama zile zati in the office umekuwa kintafuta.
As children, that one, you know, kwa ofisi, it's juvenile.
Tumekuwa ukinitafuta, but I'm here.
It's juvenile. I mean, when your children, yes, I've been looking for you, nimekuwekea wanted. That as children we understand.
Yeah.
But as grown-ups,
Right.
this person is a story because the person was then set free.
Or the one who ran over the other one.
Yes,
with an earth mover.
Yeah, they said there was no sufficient evidence.
To do what? Kwani alimkanyanga akamzika ama?
Inaonekana huyo jamaa akupatikana.
Okay, it's a sad story, but that's a very weird way of putting it. There was no sufficient evidence.
Yes.
Guys,
bizarre things happen.
As we check out the traffic, let me just advise you guys and ladies, of course, because also ladies are perpetrators sometimes. It's never that serious. Someone has taken your someone. Please move on, bana. The other 50 million plus others you can always find.
You haven't seen drama in these places you go to where a sister has come with a support battalion.
To do what?
To sort out somebody who has been talking to their person.
Eh? They come with other ladies to beat up this one lady who's been doing nefarious activities with her person. That's nonsense, guys. That is absolute nonsense. We are 8 billion. How many billions are we now? We're 8, right?
On the planet?
Yeah.
8.
We are heading towards 9, eh?
Yes.
We are over 8 billion of us. It's never that serious. Unaweza pata mtu America, unaweza pata hata mtu hapa Uganda.
Hata Alaska
unaweza pata mtu. Actually, sometimes me I usually say huyo mwenye amekuacha. It was because something better is coming. You don't need to struggle here, TOSG. You're looking for someone. You're looking for your sisters to come and beat up. For why? Why, guys?
Traffic.
Let's do traffic. And Ngong Road, kama kawaida, the only places we have issues, Ring Road, Kilimani. Pale ukitoka, ini barabara gani? Ole Dume Road. As you're joining Ngong Road, yes, a little bit of traffic there. There's also another situation at the Junction Mall. But after that, as you're heading back towards Lenana High School, past to Kienda Karen, hamna shida yoyote. Then we're looking at a situation where nikiangalia Langata Road, hamna shida yoyote. Southern Bypass is looking we have another situation at Muthaiga Square. This one is always problematic. Kwanza, the traffic today is stretching all the way from Akiuku ni wapi sasa? Tusker Village. This is at Mountain Mall roundabout. Yeah, it's moving. The line is yellow. That means there's a little bit of traffic, but you're moving nonetheless. However, when you're getting to Muthaiga Square, yeah, that is where the floodgates will open because you guys are not moving at all. Looking at which other one? Eastern Bypass, mko sawa. Outer Ring Road, usual suspects, mko tu sawa sawa. But as you're approaching Donholm roundabout, overpass rather, a bit of bumper to bumper situation there. But everything else is A-okay. Let me see where else you could be having issues. Kuna issue hapa Eastern Bypass, sehemu za Utawala pale karibu na Magunas Superstore. As you're heading towards a Astral Petrol Station Utawala, hapo ndio kuna ka traffic kiasi, but after that everything else looks like it's moving quite swiftly. Anything on the roads you notice you think we should know about? Well, please holla at a brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
The Standard front page says another experiment. What is this about? President William Ruto's newest youth empowerment drive, 5 billion shillings Nyota Fund, is drawing fire from economists and politicians.
Is it 5 or 50? That thing is big. It's not 5 billion. But you go on.
Then we shall verify. The 5 billion Nyota Fund is drawing fire from economists and politicians who say it mirrors past flops like the Hustler Fund. Critics argue that the plan risks adding to Kenya's ballooning debt while offering meager and sustainable grants of 50,000 each to a few. Analysts warn that without solid policy reform, Nyota may shine briefly then fade like its predecessors. So you will get a full scoop. On pages 4 and 5. Then moving to the Daily Nation, State House scare. Kivuka Kimunyi was loitering around State House, Nairobi yesterday when he drew an arrow and shot General Service Unit Police Officer Ramadan Matanka to death. It emerged that the two were known to each other. What was the reason for this deadly fallout between apparent bosom buddies outside Kenya's premier address? Well, we will soon find out. Stories on page 4 and 5. How Gachagua party growing influence has stirred Mount Kenya is on page 10, the full scoop. And 4,000 workers challenged sacking by sugar farms. The employees say talks on their terminal benefits and other perks are still ongoing. MP's think tank warns against higher taxes. Read this on page 8. They're talking about 342 billion, the amount by which the government missed revenue targets in the past 2 years. Only 20,000 of the projected 6 million new voters have been listed. 20,000. 20,000 of you out of 6 million. Tuta revisit this conversation. Stories on page 12. Then on page 2, varsity crisis depends after collapse of Don's pay talks. Guy. Yeah? Me, my question is, what happens to those folks who are awaiting graduation this year?
See, they'll wait.
Morocco to host Africa World Cup. Morocco to host African World Cup playoffs next month. That is on the back page. Kenya search for 100th World Cup qualifier goal in Abidjan. Have you been watching these games?
No.
Let me tell you. They are both exciting and disappointing.
Well, okay.
Yeah. It depends on, which game. For example, yesterday France disappointed me big time. France, yes.
Okay,
France.
which games are these?
This is World Cup qualifiers.
All right.
Yeah, so we're in the knockout stage looking for who will advance to the World Cup.
Why did France disappoint you?
They drew.
With?
They were playing against Iceland.
So they were supposed to win?
I wanted them to win, yes.
I see. That's the problem. You wanted them to win.
I wanted them to win.
And they didn't win.
Win.
It's a terrible thing, isn't it? Oh, gosh. Oh, my.
They drew 2-2.
Oh!
And they were playing Iceland at home.
Oh!
Yeah.
In France?
In France.
Yeah.
But they had a few people missing, like, for example, Kylian Mbappe. Hangeweza kwa situacha hizo. Kylian Mbappe had an injury. Another country that disappointed, but they won.
Hey.
Germany.
Who did they beat?
Germany were playing against Ireland. They was it Ireland really? I could be wrong on this one.
It's okay. But the story is good enough. Just go on.
Walitoka 0-1.
They won.
Yeah, they won.
So where's the disappointment? They were supposed to win by a bigger margin.
They were playing Northern Ireland, yes.
So
I expected them to win by a huge margin.
Why?
And I also expected.
So you think the Irish were simply going to sit there and let them score?
I was hoping the Northern Irish folks would actually give them a good run for their money.
But they did 0-1. They gave them a run for their money.
Exactly, but I expected that wajitete na bao moja, bro.
Oh, you wanted the Irish to at least score one more.
Yes, exactly. And
I see.
They were actually playing at home.
Oh, they were playing in Ireland.
Yes, they were.
Oh,
yes.
So these guys, how could respect how much shemeji?
Kuna kitu ilifanyika hapo. I expected more goals than this. You see, the whole idea of watching a game is actually to see goals.
I thought it was the game, the passing, the chengaing, all the.
Yeah, pia iko sawa. The dribbling.
But they must score. Huh?
But I want them to score.
Right. And the agreement you had was how many were they supposed to score by? 90
minutes, and you only score one goal. That's a disappointment.
How many goals would have made you happier?
How many goals?
Yeah, had they scored, would have made you happier.
At the very least, I wanted them to I have over 3 goals.
3 each, like this.
No, kila mtu atoke hapo at least amescore kitu.
Oh, so is this a knockout stage?
Yes, it is.
So knockout means they won't be another game.
No, but wanaendelea kunini.
Then how is it knockout?
Sorry?
When it's knockouts, I thought when you're defeated, you're finished.
They are playing group stages, yeah?
Oh, group?
Yeah, these are the group stages.
Oh, so group meaning there are people in that group who will then move to the next group.
All right, yes.
And others will not move.
Yes.
That one.
Then that country you keep on referring.
Which one?
Proverbs, Cape Verde. Jana walicheza na Eswatini.
Okay.
Cape Verde walicheza na Eswatini. Former Swaziland. Wakatandika 3-0.
Cape Verde won.
Cape Verde won, yes.
See, I told you this guy called Vieira came from there.
Na sasa Cape Verde walikuanga kwao. Lakini ile wakati walikuanga kwa Eswatini, banasa walidraw.
They drew.
Eswatini know how to hold they know how to block. They know how to sustain and ensure that you just don't get off free.
Scoring is a bit of a problem though.
Yeah, but anyway, that is as far as sport is concerned. I was really, but on the, like I've told you, the 2 games that really disappointed me because I was watching them, I was switching between channel and channel. The France game and the Germany game. hapo kidogo nilikasirika. Nilikuwa na expect kwanza Germany wakiwa kwao wana scoringi mabao zingine mingi sana.
You know, you have actually brought something that I find interesting to the conversation. Do you know that we actually add pluralism to words in the Kiswahili language that don't exist?
Such as?
Especially when there's mother tongue contribution to it. Like when one person is angry, amesirika. When there are many, ndio wamekasirika. Yes.
Ati amesirika.
Yes, I've heard people say, mimi nimesirika sana na huyo mtu. Ati ume?
Sirika.
Yes.
Nimesirika sana.
Yes.
What's on your edge of the...
My edge
of the woods?
My edge of the woods tells me this, that we need to perhaps focus a little more
right
on the continent of Africa.
Right.
And talk about the things that we keep seeing. You know, I met somebody the other day and he stopped me.
Okay.
And he says, you know, I actually listen to you.
Okay.
And your colleague. My colleague is you.
Oh, I thought it was someone else. But
no,
okay.
you. Said you guys really have some delightful conversations.
Oh, all right. Thank you to that
your
person.
Analysis is beautiful.
Naam.
Okay. Says, but you guys never talk about my country.
Which country is this?
Cameroon. I said, we don't talk about your country. Said, we've had a war for over 7 years, and you guys don't talk about it. Said, I am now living in Kenya.
Yeah.
Because I work for the UN and I can't go back to my country.
He can't go back to Cameroon.
Yes, he said, you know, Cameroon, there's the Anglophone speaking part of Cameroon.
And then there's the French.
Francophone, yes. And there's been a war that's been going on. He said, you don't highlight issues of Africa adequately. And I told him that I'm going to talk to my colleague.
Yeah.
And we are going to be highlighting. So from tomorrow, as we look at the news,
yes,
we'll pick up stories from the continent and talk about what's happening on the continent. So that
and we'll start with Cameroon.
We'll start with Cameroon.
Okay.
All right? The story that caught my attention is counties fiddle with budgets to hide ballooning wage bills.
Counties do what? Fiddle?
Counties fiddling. And what they're doing is creative accounting.
Yes.
Instead of giving the returns that demonstrate the fidelity of the law, where according to the PFM Regulation 25(1), County Government Regulations of 2015, the counties are allowed to employ up to 35% of whatever money is there. 35%.
Yeah.
But there are creative fellows who probably do up to 70. Now, the control of budget was saying that when you do this, monies that are intended for development will go awry, meaning they will not go to the intended purposes.
Yes.
So the developments that we thought we would see in the counties will not be forthcoming. There'll be stillbirth. And I agree with her 100%. I've chosen this story specifically because of this.
Yeah.
There is an absence of capacity that we find woefully lacking in government. And I'm talking national government and I'm talking county government.
Yeah.
But let's focus on county government. The county government has ministries. The county government has a parliament. The parliaments that we have in the county governments are an utter and complete and undiluted letdown.
Yes.
The things they focus on have very little to do with the development. The things they focus on and the issues that arise and that some even lead to the impeachment of governors have very little to do with the development of the county governments. Now, when the money that are allocated to the county governments for the various activities, chief of which is development, remember, when a county develops, it therefore means that the net income of that particular revenue of that particular county will grow. What that means that the county will be rich. When the county has money, then it means that money can then be used to help more people. But if you take that money and you pay salaries with it, that's it. It comes to a dead end because that salary will just help that individual, if at all, and they'll wait for another month for it to actually come to them. But this seems to be the thinking with very many of our people, more so those whom we elect to positions of authority in our parliaments. They think that the way to help somebody is to get them a job. And the only way you can get somebody a job in your own county where people speak your language is when you find jobs for them. So The county governments become an employment bureau. You have to decide.
And I think there's someone, was it like a bill that is to be introduced in Parliament, or am I reading my own things, that will help cap, who can actually be employed in the counties as far as the CECMs are concerned.
But that, even if they have that won't change anything.
Because shida iko pale chini.
That won't help. That won't change anything. It won't change. Our thinking hasn't changed. So creating the law will find ways of circumventing it. The law already exists. We're circumventing it. Counties, Turkana, Marsabit, Mandera, Meru, Tharaka, Machakos, Makueni, Kilifi, Mombasa, Murang'a, Narok, Bomet, Kisumu, Bungoma, Nyandarua, all of them have been fiddling. Only 8 counties have treated that particular law with fidelity, meaning only 8 counties out of the 47. So
39 are in breach.
Yes, they are, in one way or the other. So now when you talk about developments in counties, what you're likely to see is a situation where development begins and ends in a conversation.
Yeah.
It doesn't represent any form of reality whatsoever on the ground. Yes. Okay. Kenyan survival. Kenyans, this is the Fuliza economy on page 8. Kenyans rely on costly loans for food and bills. This is not a good situation. This is not a good situation at all.
Yeah.
Because now this is going to contribute to the mental health issues that we have in the country. Because when people have to go to that degree, the strain on their lives increases. Gachagua, many battles could bog down opposition. That's politics. Matiang'i, 27. This is bang in the middle of this paper. But today's paper is free, because inside it there's something called MyGov. Now the MyGov pull-out, I will mention it to you in passing.
Yep.
It talks about, in detail, the Nyota project. Okay?
Yeah, but I've confirmed it's 5 billion.
All right. Matiang'i, 27. Ethnic factor hiccup in race for top post. Okay? Story on page 4 and 5. Court frees worker jail for running over the boss. Remember I told that story?
Come again?
Court frees worker jailed for running over his boss.
Oh yes, the one for the bulldozer.
Yeah. TB survivors want faster, simpler treatment. There is a type of TB that is drug resistant.
Yes.
What happens when you get treatment and you never go through the entire process as required? You then create resistance.
True.
Now, this TB that unfortunately has resistance, for you to treat it, 14 to 18, 20 months.
Yes, I actually know of situations where they send a police officer and a nurse to administer the injections, kwa sababu kuna watu wanatorokanga hii dawa.
Hiyo sindano ni uchungu.
Na nasikia unadunganga kwa Bambam.
Bambam is a good place.
Yeah, wanadunganga kwa Diab. So what happens is they petition that Bambam, then pole for the next 18 months. Wanna choose where to inject, but that must be a process, and a very painful one for that matter.
I don't understand. It's painful, that's it. So you're getting better.
Every day you see that nurse coming and you're like, oh boy, here we go.
You could actually take yourself,
Someone told me that wanafungiangwa hawa watu because by the 18 months of injections means what? And especially on your Bambam. That is creating scar tissue around that place. That's why they have to.
It's not as though they inject
it.
The same spot all the time, brother.
That's why I said they divide it. So this
look, this is a morning show that we're dedicating more than 1 minute to discuss people's bottoms.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm just saying that for 18 months, that must be a crazy conversation to have with your doctor and your nurse.
The point has been made.
18 months.
Yes.
Drug resistant.
Yes.
Tuberculosis.
But forget the drug being resistant. The patient is even resistant.
Yeah. Is that why they have to send a cop?
Yes.
A police officer?
Yeah,
because I hear if you resist that treatment, you're arrested na unalala ndani.
TB.
And they continue administering.
That thing is infectious, bwana.
Yeah.
So now, if you don't want to be injected, it means you can infect other people.
And those individuals are usually quarantined.
Yes, with good reason. because they don't want to adhere. You see,
Yeah.
our health-seeking behavior tends to be fairly interesting. And it indicates to you why it is certain diseases continue to be prevalent, and certain conditions never tend to go completely untreated because of the way we manage and understand diseases.
Yeah.
By and large, the problem in many of these cases have to do with men. Men.
They're the ones who get the disease more than women?
No, men do not like being treated. Men fear treatment. Men fear going to hospitals more than women. Yes.
Okay. Can I read what I've seen in my paper?
I want you to read what you've seen in your paper.
All right. So we're talking about the Nyota Fund. 5 billion. This is a loan sourced from the World Bank, which, according to the government, will support 100,000 young people across the country. So economists wanasema that these empowerment programs are not going to work, or rather, they are not really a good idea. They're not going to spur the economy.
Who is saying?
And they actually right here on this show sometime last week, ni venye tu sikumbuki ni nani tulihost per se, but that person said that these empowerment programs are not necessarily going to help the country as a whole.
What do they mean?
What they mean is the president needs to do much more than just helping 100,000 people.
Those people have not told us a thing. Naysaying is easy. When you mean, so if 100,000 people, according to them, are helped, that means it's nothing.
No, they're saying there are better ways of using the same
Like
5
what?
billion.
Like what, for instance?
Unfortunately, they didn't say.
Then they should stop talking.
So what? So basically, what they're saying is 5
This
billion.
naysaying is tiresome, man.
Sisi tu ngoja nimalize sentence yangu.
It's not you who is saying it.
Yeah.
I'm finding it tiresome.
Sasa sote nikushow. So walikuwa wanasema kuna njia zingine za kuspend similar amounts of money.
Like what?
Like I said, unfortunately, they didn't tell us how exactly that is going to help. Or rather, how they would themselves spend that 5 billion, for instance. And they were not necessarily talking about the Nyota Fund. They were talking about the empowerment programs of folks going to State House. Those ones who went, they were given motorcycles. Others were given Mayai Pasua trolleys and so on and so forth. You're given a handout of, X amount of money. So the argument here is find better ways, of which I am sure if they were asked deeper, they can actually tell us what exactly would you expect, or what if it were you in control of 5 billion, how exactly would you help this country? And perhaps they will tell us, and perhaps we shall invite them back, how they can tell us, okay, here's Nyota Fund. If you are president, utafanya nini hiyo pesa?
I wouldn't even bother going that far. That now is magic thinking. If you are so clear in your mind as to what it is you think would help the youth, why don't you experiment in your own backyard and do something that will help young people in ways that you feel they will accept?
Yeah.
Yes.
What is so kidogo?
Naysaying is easy, man. Yes.
Economists and trade analysts have raised questions about the impact of the 5 billion National Youth Opportunities Towards Advancement, that is Nyota program, and how it will create... Economists have trade analysts have raised questions about the impact of the Nyota Fund program and how it will create in empowering new sustainable businesses for the youth. Okay, your sentence makes sense. But yeah, the Nyota project is aimed at giving youth across Kenya an opportunity to benefit from business support. Successful applicants can benefit from business skills training, business mentorship, and capital to start or expand the enterprises. So basically, this one is supposed to help them expand their enterprises. And those who've not started, to start. So that's that. Experts on Mesema. You can read the entire story on page 4 and 5.
I find it tiresome, so let me repeat myself again. When you see, there are people in this country who seem determined that there is nothing, absolutely nothing the government will do which they will find anything good in or with. There are those.
Yeah.
There are those who think that they contribute significantly when in their critiquing government initiatives,
Yes.
they say it won't work. And yet they do not provide an alternative to what it is that they're saying. 5 billion is a lot of money. How else can you use 5 billion so that it can actually benefit more people?
So they're saying that analysts are poking holes in the government's latest venture, which has been criticized for duplicating existing empowerment initiatives while disbursing paltry sums unlikely to make a real impact. The money used to implement the program is drawn from yet another World Bank loan, something many Kenyans argue the country can ill afford, reviving debate over the sustainability of public debt, which even the National Treasury admits is on the verge of becoming unsustainable. So, CT, as much as you're saying it's naysaying, but I believe, and when experts make a pronouncement
what are the
on
experts
something,
in exactly?
so when they say that, look, you are duplicating these things,
No.
muko na nyota, muko na women empowerment, muko na hustler, muko na hizo zingine zote.
Allow me. You know, we actually live in the same country.
Oh yes.
I'm not an expert in these things. And I don't know what they're talking about when they say Nyota Fund is a duplication. This fund, this particular Nyota Fund, is seeking to empower a group of people that in my mind had never been included in all these other funds. People who didn't finish school, all right? An individual. There's an entire process that they've listed as to what it is that they hope to do with these people.
Right.
When have we had a fund that allows you, whether you reach around 1.5, you didn't go to school, enables you to try and see if you have a work experience that can be documented so that you have a piece of paper indicating that you're able to do something. When have we had a program that targets these people? Because from 4 and above, we have them. People who've gone to tertiary colleges, we have them. But this group of people, which fund have we had that only targets these people? Which one? We haven't. Unless they're going to tell me that they can tell me, this fund targeted these people. This particular fund is specific to this group of people. Every fund that we've had in this country has met with the headwind of theft and misappropriation. Okay? We've seen it. And it isn't as though 1 or 2 people didn't benefit.
Yeah.
The point is, they were not meant to benefit 1 or 2 people. They were meant to benefit many, many, many people.
So they'll be given 50 Gs each. 100,000 youths. 50,000 each.
There's a bigger program. They were trying to target 70 people in each and every ward.
It's okay.
Targeting.
Yes. So
Right?
so eventually that number will amount to 100,000 young people.
Yes. 100,000 is a significant number.
I'm not saying it's insignificant, because even 5 billion is not insignificant. 5 billion is actually a lot of money. The question is, I am a young person that will receive that 50 Gs, right? The question is, what exactly will I do with it? You see, that's the question that...
Paul,
50,000?
Paul, you're asking the wrong question.
Which one should I ask?
There is an entire process that they have indicated. If somebody can find fault with how that process cannot be implemented in the way they've said it, that will make sense. There's a process. There's a mentoring process. There's ensuring that you're attached to... There's a whole load of things they have said they will do. It's not as though they're just going to plonk 50,000 and say, here's 50K. No.
So they give me for expansion of my business 50 Gs.
They will not give you 50 Gs just for the expansion. There are things they will do before that 50 Gs arrives.
So part of it, they'll give existing business men and women, and others will be given that as capital. So you have already established your chicken business, for instance, Shika 50,000. Either add the number of chicken or expand the capacity of your farm. You're doing nothing, but you have an idea. You probably want now to become a chicken seller or a chicken brooder. Shika 50,000 and uanzishe biashara yako ya kuku. And of course, that's just an example. It could be anything that you're doing. Unaweza kuwa unauza smoky, ongeza smoky zenye unauza. So all I'm saying is, personally, if you give me 50 Gs today, I'm a different kind of person. It might not really help me that much. But someone else perhaps itamsaidia. So I'd like to sit with an economist like the one we had here yesterday, a tax expert pia atuambie what 50 Gs can do to someone today, an average Kenyan who wants to actually start a business, or a very poor Kenyan for that matter, who would like to start a business.
The economist won't help you.
Or better yet, why don't I ask Kenyans who are currently listening, you tell me if you got that 50 Gs today, and we're talking about entrepreneurship, what exactly would you do with it? Usiniambia utalipa rent, unless unalipa rent ya duka yako.
The reason why there's a mentorship program that's attached to this is because people will receive money and they'll focus on the needs they have at that moment in time, and that won't be the business.
Yeah.
Nobody who hasn't been trained in how to utilize that money will utilize it well.
Okay. But I'm asking the question either way. If you're listening to me and you were to receive that 50 Gs, what exactly would you do with it? Here is the news with Winnie Maganga.
Gentlemen, boys and girls.
Retro never dies.
It's 7 o'clock.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The National Police Service has condemned the killing of a police officer who was attacked on Monday by a man armed with bow and arrows along Dennis Pritt Road, Nairobi. In a statement, the NPS said the incident occurred at around 8:10 a.m. when the 56-year-old assailant rapidly approached officers stationed in the area. Despite being ordered to surrender, the man advanced towards Police Constable Ramadan Matanka and shot him in his left ribs with an arrow. Officers from the General Service Unit subdued and arrested the attacker. Kiambu doctors' strike has intensified after medics fully withdrew from all health facilities and took to the streets in protest on Monday. The Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union, now on the 139th day of the strike, accused the county government of playing politics with residents' lives. The union has also launched a signature collection drive to petition President William Ruto to dissolve the county.
You can do PR and public gimmicks with everything else, but you cannot do gimmicks with healthcare. The doctors have been out of work, pushed by the county government for now 138 days. Mothers have gone home without their children. Yet the hospitals are here without drugs. The hospitals are here and people cannot get care.
President William Ruto has announced plans to establish a national infrastructure fund. The fund is meant to mobilize resources for larger-scale infrastructure projects aimed at propelling Kenya into ranks of developed nations. Speaking on Monday during the commissioning of the completed Phase 1 horizontal infrastructure of Konza Technopolis in Makueni County, Ruto said the fund will pool resources from the national budget, the private sector, and proceeds from privatization.
We have what it takes to have the resources to do this within Kenya. Putting together resources from our budget, building resources from our private sector, putting together resources from our privatization, we will be able to create a big pool of resources that we can use in an innovative manner, like all other countries have done, if we put it together under a national infrastructure fund.
Former Chief Justice David Maraga has issued a stern warning to Kenyans over the newly passed Privatization Bill 2025. Maraga is urging citizens to ensure public assets remain under the stewardship of the people. In a statement, Maraga described the bill as a sinister economic cold war against Kenya and warned that it represents a structural shift that will determine who controls strategic public assets. U.S. President Donald Trump and leaders of Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey have signed a declaration for bringing peace to Gaza at a summit in the Egyptian resort of Sharm el-Sheikh. Trump praised the regional leaders who helped cement the truce between Israel and Hamas. Earlier, in his address to the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, the president told cheering lawmakers that the long and painful nightmares is finally over.
And after so many years of unceasing war and endless danger, today the skies are calm, the guns are silent, the sirens are still, and the sun rises on a holy land that is finally at peace. It's an incredible triumph for Israel and the world to have all of these nations working together as partners in peace. And it's pretty unusual for you to see that, but it happened in this case. This was a very unusual point in time, a brilliant point in time. Generations from now, this will be remembered as the moment that everything began to change and change very much for the better.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. My name is Mung'ala Mbuvi. I'm with the City Muga in studio. City, uko na salamu nyingi hapa hivi, acha nisome kidogo before to introduce guest wetu. We do have Gypsy Corner saying a very good morning to City and Mbuvi. Good morning, Gypsy. Don Sub wanasema, as Jogo is eaten na wheelbarrow, will there be another 10 points promises agenda?
Don Zabwa is an ophthalmologist. Yes, and a friend of mine.
Iyo comment imenipata off guard.
Yes.
Gypsy Corner, good morning. Douglas Kibogong, morning to you too. And amesalimia pia Ednah, anasema anasikiza akiwa Perth in Australia. Then we also have John Mutua. Good morning, CT and my brother Mbuvi. I'm always smiling when I hear CT speaking every morning. I'm listening nikiwa Doha, Qatar. Chef John.
Asante.
Amekugotea sana. And then hapa wengine wameandika vitu mingi sana. Kuna guy 007 amesema yeye ako logged in from Massachusetts. Watu wa Massachusetts, that is Masako aka Machakos. Karibu sana. Then last but not least, Gypsy Corner actually commenting on the 50,000, saying 50,000 Kenyan shillings won't go far. Establishing a business needs a lot of thought and ability to sustain and the type of business one requires. Instead of creating unwanted debt. Then David Akero anasema the only way is for those 70 youths to pull that 50k into 3.5 million and go into secondary production / manufacturing. You can have less equity and high value or own 100% of nothing. Okay. Eunice Kyoko pia ako Massachusetts ameniambia nikuambie ubo. Ubo means hello.
Hello to you as well.
Yes. And then we have Dr. Timamu. Good morning from Kiambu. Very good morning to you too. And actually, we want to be talking about Kiambu County shortly. Our guest in studio is the Secretary General and the CEO, KMPDU, Dr. Davji Atela. Daktari, a very good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Very good morning, Mbuvi. Thank you.
Unasikia venye watu wanasema kuhusu hii pesa.
Yes.
Mixed feelings, mixed reactions, but eventually I actually do hope it will help people.
Well, definitely a big percentage of people will be helped with the money. You know, most of the time it always access with money is a problem. And that's why people always go to get loans. And when you give 100 people money, just 100 people, the way each one of them will spend is very different. That those about 70 will have their lives changed, and that those who also will spend a different thing.
Right.
But the end game is any numbers that changes the lives with it is good for the economy.
You know, one of the empowerment programs that was tested and tried in the former Nyanza region, I think it was by Princeton University.
Princeton.
Yes, in the US. There are all these schemes of trying to help people, whether they're fisher folk, get them people to grow vegetables, specific things, getting them to borrow money from these financial institutions. Then they came up with a scheme and said, look, why don't we just give 100,000 shillings? Don't tell anybody what to do with it. Just give them. They were astounded by the results.
Yes.
100,000 per family. Believe me, the success rate was astounding.
Yes.
People actually utilized that 100,000 in ways that not only stabilized their lives, but they were now able to do things they were not able to do. 100,000.
100,000.
100,000.
Is the problem.
And nobody told them what to do.
Yes.
There was no guidelines. Here's 100,000. Decide.
Decide.
And they decided.
Jipange.
Oh, yes.
All right. Daktari, I'm more focused in what is happening within your industry, which is the medical industry.
Yes.
What exactly is the problem with Kiambu? Because this situation has been going on now for months. People have died. And we are seeing different corners saying different things. For instance, we were reading just the other day that over 130 babies, infants, have died within Kiambu County. Is it something that you can speak to?
Yeah. You know, in Kiambu County, we have unprecedented what we'll call illegal lockouts. You know, in labor movements, there is employees can go on strike, and then the employer can have a lockout. And each of them has to give a notice and follow a procedure. But it's a situation whereby we are on a strike that is legally protected by the courts, because we had tried all mechanisms to engage the county, and they were not having any willing to solve the problems. And court told us, okay, because this county cannot resolve the matter, proceed on strike. We went on strike. But county instead of engaging and solving the problems, went into politics and into PR. And the first instance they did was to have employ some doctors, about 50 of them. And then they also had interns. So in this process, in the hospital setup, we have always have doctors. We have always have the interns as the first on call. We have the doctors, the medical officers, the pharmacists, the dentists. Then we have the consultants, who now then handle the complications, the specific issues like the pediatric units and all that. But here comes a situation where county operates with the 50 doctors like everything is normal. So each and every week we used to have letters, doctors writing to us that we have complications that we can't handle in the hospitals. And when we try to refer, the county refuses, because they don't want to see that they're doing referrals. Though referral is part of management, the county was refusing until there was one incident of a child who died, and there's a case about it. It was because the CEC stopped the doctors from referring. That was one of the incidents.
Okay.
Then later, 2 weeks ago, we went to the hospitals with the doctors, and the med soups gave reports. They were like, the situation that's happening in the hospital is abnormal. We are losing we are losing lives. They are having maternal mortalities. We are having neonatal mortalities. But we could not just come out to media and speak. We asked, we need to have evidence. Each of those children that lost their life in, let's say, Kiambu level 5, we have files of each one. The files have the name of the child, the parents, and the details, and the email, and the phone number. For the 58 in Kiambu level 5, the same for Thika level 5, and in total they're coming to 136. But now they have increased, because it was something that was happening in those particular units. This was, and some of the mothers were explaining, I got a preterm baby 3 months ago before the strike. The baby was being managed well until the strike started. Then now, because there was just the interns managing and maybe these general practitioners, within 1 month they lose the baby. And therefore they were like being told it's a normal occurrence. So that is the reality. Otherwise, these deaths that were almost preventable.
Right.
When counties ask, they're saying, no, we've not had any deaths. Then you ask them, what? Because I share these files with governors. When the governors give a statement, ask them, no, we are not in politics. Look at these files. Call the mothers, because the numbers are there to confirm whether the reality. Because when something is in gimmicks and in PR, it means more are going to occur, and we're going to have more devastating situations.
Daktari, what exactly was the Council of Governors disputing? Were they disputing the numbers? Were they disputing what exactly were they disputing?
In the first instance of this incident, the Kiambu County came and said, no, the numbers are not 136. For example, you have reported 68 cases in Kiambu level 5, but we only know 58. Meaning there were like 10 less. Then they said again in Thika level 5, the numbers are lower, 50 something. So they were disputing the numbers from 130 something to 100 and something still. That was the Kiambu.
So the issue are the numbers.
That is for the Kiambu. But then for Council of Governors, they came out and said that it's a falsification, it's a political actions. The Kiambu County hospitals are fully functional. And then you are like, okay, how can it be fully functional
minus
when
doctors?
350 doctors are out, all consultants are out, you only have a few medical officers, a few general practitioners who are also, because of the consciousness, are writing and signing. They write to the union, they write to the ministry, and they don't write anonymously, they write and put their names. That these are the cases we can't handle, and we keep on being asked to handle. And it is unethical to lose a patient when you know very well that you can refer them, or they could be better managed than the consultants. So the whole issue here is the PR gimmicks of the county, of the Council of Governors, is just going to result into more suffering unnecessarily, rather than resolving the strike that began over 139 days ago.
All right. Now, my next question then would be, Is there any other county that is experienced the kind of situation that is in Kiambu?
We've had the experience of lockouts before. We had a lockout in Laikipia in 2019, and it was a different scenario because in that time the county government then fired about 100 consultants and the doctors who were there illegally, though that time the court had not protected the strike. But the number of deaths, maternal deaths, the number of suffering of the people of the county during that period is what made the governor to be voted out, because every death was attributed to that illegal firing, because the courts had restricted the doctors. All the political actions are like the doctors need to be back, but the county was like, we had a huge wage bill, so they were looking at the wage bill vis-a-vis the industrial action that had taken place. But based on the incidences, the deaths that occurred in Laikipia between 2019 and 2022,
Yes.
made every resident of the county to come out and say, no, this is wrong. So when the new governor came in, the first thing he did was to honor the court order that had restricted the doctors, and that's why he actually won the election. We had an incident also similar like this in Kirinyaga, where Kirinyaga was not all the doctors. Kirinyaga, just about 30% of the doctors were fired. It's a matter we're still up with in the court, in the court of appeal. But this instance we have seen. But the one of Kiambu is a bit unique in the sense that the court protected the strike. All the doctors are out. They've just employed a few junior ones, and then they start to say everything is normal. So you see, when you say things are normal and a patient is in the hospital admitted, a patient must be treated to actually get out of the hospital. If it is not treated, the case will actually worsen. So that is the scenario. The outcome of being in the hospital, being admitted, and being in a severe condition is death. And so what they will do is that they may not, and the deaths have to be reported. That's why the minister will come out yesterday and say, these mortality that are being reported by the union are actually real. He will say these the maternal death, the neonatal death, and other deaths that otherwise would have been prevented are real. Because in the setup of hospitals, every death has to be reported. We have to know what is the cause of those deaths. Otherwise, there's no need of them occurring in the hospital. So the county has gone on the political side, saying most of these fatalities that occur in the hospital are cases that come to us when they're in severe situation. Otherwise, we will have managed them earlier. They're like complications that came earlier, that comes to us late. So that is the narrative that they're trying to bring off, rather than actually owning up and saying there's need to have the doctor. We had what you call minimal service. The courts in 2021 say that there should be minimal service when you go on strike. The essence of the minimal service is to have few doctors that can actually refer these patients or emergency cases, stabilize the patient when they come, to go into the other hospitals. So that was the essence of the minimal service.
Out of these 130 plus children we are talking about, have any of them been lost in private hospitals, or these are just purely public hospitals?
The numbers that we're talking about are numbers that are recorded in the county hospitals. Actually, two facilities, Kiambu level 5 and Thika level 5. We did not go back dig too deep in the Tigoni, the other hospitals, because we also have that data. So if you add those other facilities, then it's more. But these are purely in the public facilities, in the neonatal units.
139 days. 139 days. No one wants to just say, okay, enough is enough, whether it's the county government or the doctors. Kila mtu amekaa ngumu.
I keep saying that this strike is more driven and it's more prolonged by the county government. Because when we went on a strike, we went on a strike for a reason. We went on a strike last year for 56 days, where we had a return to work formula that was signed, deposited in court, and adopted as a court order. One of the reasons why we went on that strike was the delay in salaries. That you work in the counties, you work for 3 months, your salaries are not paid. You work in the counties, you don't see the promotions. You work, you don't have medical insurance. We have doctors who we have to do contributions every single month for them to get a medical, to get care because they have cancers. You work in the county, but your loans that are supposed to be paid have not been paid. That is the reality. That's what caused us to go to national strike last year. And the agreement, which is a court order, was then to be implemented by each and every county. By September, Kiambu County had not implemented. When we asked them, hey, you need to pay salaries, then they decided to remove 50% of the doctors from the payroll. Then we declared dispute after that, started negotiations with the Ministry of Labour. The county did not turn up for meetings. And in some cases, when they turn up, they sent junior officers who could not make any decision. It was until around January, February this year that we again declared dispute. The conciliar said, no, these issues of Kiambu County are not being resolved by the county. You can take the necessary action. Go on strike. That is the Ministry of Labour told us. We didn't go on strike. We went to another court before Judge Ellen Wasilwa, who then go through the process, gave us a judgment in March. I said, no, county, you need to honor agreements, pay people on time. There's no way you expect doctors to be at work when their wages are not paid. They don't have the salaries. You cannot expect doctors to be at work when they can't access even the same care that they are giving. You cannot expect people to be at work when certain deductions are not being remitted. That was the court in March this year. We again asked for conciliation, a meeting for this. They didn't turn up. By the time
they didn't turn up
for meetings, then on 5th of May, 2025, we gave a strike notice. And normally we give a strike notice for 7 days, like the national strike, or like the one you will want to give this month. We always give 7 days. But we gave Kiambu County 21 days strike notice. The county did not respond to the strike notice or write to any union leadership until on the 26th that the strike was to commence. They went to court before Justice Radido to stop to suspend the strike. When we explained this to court, the court said, we have had too many court cases against Kiambu. We have had so many issues. Doctors, you have a right to proceed on the strike. So the court gave us go ahead to proceed based on the frustrations that we had experienced on engagement. We had also proceeded to take Kiambu County on contempt before Justice Byram. The court found them in contempt and told them, now because you are in contempt and the strike is on, go implement these things so that the strike is called off. They have not implemented. So entirely we have Judge Byram here, we have contempt. We have this other court, which even going today, around 9 a.m. you have a hearing on this matter. But they have not complied. So tell me, if national strike, they didn't comply, over 1 year we're following up, they have not complied. The strike is on, they have not complied. So it means that when you go back without these issues being resolved, it's like you are willfully and deliberately enslaving yourself.
Dr. Lee, I'm sure you have the governor's number.
Yes.
When you do you like reach out to him on a personal level? WhatsApp, text, call? What does he say?
I tried to reach out to the governor on several occasions before even issuing the notice, but he didn't reply. I reached out to the chair of the health committee, Mudomi Njuki, early this year, that we need this matter resolved so that don't give notices over this issue. He told me he can't find the governor. This time I went to Council of Governors to look for him.
Can't find the
He
governor.
couldn't find the governor. In fact, there was a committee meeting they had in Naivasha, and he told me if the governor turns up, then he will call me to go to Naivasha. And he didn't turn up. I went to the Council of Governors to bring up this matter. There was no response. I texted the governor, I think around in April, that these matters are serious, and if we give a strike notice, we'll have to wait until these matters are resolved. He did not reply. The minister, when the strike commenced in June, talked to the governor. I told the governor these issues need to be resolved.
This is now the
minister
for health.
Dwale, yes.
Okay,
He called the governor and said, let's have this matter resolved. The minister called me. The day that we were traveling for ILO conference with my chairman on 5th of June, we had to cancel our flights for 2 days to go to Kiambu to meet the governor, because he had told the CS we'll meet with the union at 10 a.m. We went there and the whole day he was not there. In fact, the county secretary told us that his meeting with us was not part of the diary. We postponed the travel. The next day again, he was not there, and that's why the minister realized that this is a different issue altogether, and that's why the strike has progressed. So, in reality, the strike that we are on now, day 139, is not a strike just of doctors. It's a strike. I will call it an illegal lockout, where a county decides that I will not engage in good faith over these matters, and I will not solve them.
Is it the county that decides, or is it the governor who decides?
It's the governor. The governor is representing the county.
No, he's not the county.
But it's the governor, yes.
Yes, but then they have a county assembly. What do they think?
County assemblies are politicians.
Yes,
that
they
tend to have a divergent opinion. There's a bigger population of the county assembly that were feeling that the issues at hand, what make the strike to progress, because they had agreed to implement what we were demanding. They agreed to do the promotions. They agreed that they'll pay all these things in a promissory note, which we are okay with in timelines that they gave. But they were not willing to pay salaries that have not been paid from the time before the strike. Like we were out because salaries are delaying for 3 months. Now we want to go back and you say, no, we can't pay you the salaries. That was one of the biggest issues. Number two, the clause on non-victimization. They're saying the non-victimization that they want to use is that there will be no discrimination based on tribe, based on color, based on religion. But that is not what labor non-victimization envisions. Labor victimization talks about haphazard transfers because the county has been known, and this is one of the issues that you were explaining, and that we went on strike on, that when a doctor is in a facility, in 1 year you can be transferred 4 times. And the law is very clear. You can only be transferred once or twice. And when you're transferred more than 40 kilometers, the employer ought to facilitate you to your new station. Yeah. But they've not been doing that. So we said non-victimization, there will be no transfers that are based on the strike. Number two, there will be no demotions. Number three, that wages will be paid on time. That there will be no victim. That's the non-victimization clause that we're asking to put, and we have signed that. I've signed that as Secretary General in over 300 disputes, both as a branch secretary and now as National SG. But then they say no, we don't want that. So we came to realize that we are dealing with a chief officer and a CEC and a county government or with the governor that have ill motives over the issues, and that's why we will have an issue of payment of salaries that was a problem being discussed, an issue of non-victimizations being a subject of discussion. These are things that are always not discussed.
Dr. Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Everything that you have told me is bizarre.
Yeah.
It's
crazy.
It's absolutely off the charts.
Yes,
completely.
it is.
And perhaps it is incidences like these or a series of incidents like these that lends itself to the discussion about the service that we're referring to, the health service of this country, being left to county governments. The discussion about it being under the national government then begins to make sense. Because you ask the question, should the doctors have a commission like the teachers have, like parliamentarians have? It's a discussion. Should a service this sensitive be left to the county governments? Again, this particular issue, unfortunately, now heightens that particular discussion even more. And you realize, can we afford to have so many deaths because you have individuals within a county who are determined to play politics with the lives of the people who actually gave them that job?
Yeah, I think that's a real conversation that is coming up because it is for the first time we are seeing a division in county assemblies where the people feel like, no, the issues here at hand is just the ego of one person.
Yes.
We are seeing members, we've gone to parliament and met all the members of parliament from Kiambu and have a discussion with them, and they all say, no, this is a resolvable matter. The governors themselves, both the new chair of health committee and the former chair of health committee, say, no, it is not possible to be this stringent over these matters of workers. So it's a reality if, and this is quite common, you realize that we may have a good minister, like now we have, who the issues that we wanted for doctors have been implemented up to the point of our agreement. But then you have issues that we also agree.
Repeat that. The current minister
Yes.
has been able to implement the things that you people have been agitating
Yes.
for all this time.
For all this time.
Okay.
Yeah, with the issue of interns is sorted out. The issue of our arrears that were paid by the national government have been paid. Issues of postgraduate training. You know, when we talk about these things, it involves a particular number of doctors. When we talk about arrears, we have 5,900 doctors who received arrears in December and in September this year. This last month. Yeah. When you talk about the issues of interns, we have 2,000 doctors posted and being paid 208,000 as per the collective bargaining agreement. When you talk about postgraduate training, we have 633 doctors whose fees have been approved and about 400 have been paid. That's a fact that is there. But when you go back to, when you talk about promotion, we have 450 doctors promoted from the Ministry of Health. When you talk about the same things in the county, you realize that despite signing agreement last year, May, we have to keep on having sporadic strikes in different counties to have these issues implemented. The issues of salaries, you realize more than 30 counties are still lagging behind from the salaries. The issues of tax deductions, there are many counties that have not even intermitted, they don't remit the SHA on time, they don't remit the loans on time. So at the end of every month, in case you are sick or your loved one is sick, you must get an alternative means of getting the care. So
over 30 counties.
Over 30 counties.
I've been telling this man that one of the problems we have is an absence of capacity
Yeah.
within the counties.
Yes.
You have governors who have a position and a mandate they actually can't carry out. They don't have the capacity to.
Yes. And that's a reality.
When we say capacity, they do not have the capacity. Perhaps just make it clear once again. How is it that they are lacking this capacity?
You know, healthcare, when you look at the pillars of it, even under the WHO, there's part called governance and leadership. And you must, and this is one thing that we've come to learn over time, that even at the ministry, somebody who is a leader and has a governance skills can actually make things move. Because then you have technical persons that run, you have people who have the technical know-how. Like in Ministry of Health, we have Duale.
Yeah.
Then we have Dr. Oluga there. Then we have Mudoni. Then in this other department, we have people who actually know what to be done. So what they need is leadership to drive these things to be done.
Okay.
In counties, we have 47 governors.
Yes.
So out of 47, you have like maybe you have 20 who are mad, who will be like deciding this, whatever they perceive to be done is what they want to be done. It's more subjective.
Okay, I know it's not funny, but I get what you mean. I
So,
get the
so you
frustration,
see,
yeah.
the reality is that they need to have a vision on how healthcare ought to be run. What need to see, like when you see a governor walking into a neonatal unit saying things are okay when there are existing deaths that occur in that they can't tackle. There's a lack of leadership. That is a level of incompetence. When a chief officer wakes up and say that doctors are not working in the hospitals, yet we have a real procedure on how people need to be. When you are in charge, that people should be at work. The people are not at work or drugs are out in the hospitals, and then you give blame. You don't see yourself as the problem. You see other things as the problem, but you've been put there as the leader in charge of solving the problem.
Then you don't have the
They
capacity.
don't have the capacity.
So the capacity here we're talking about is the individual capacity to actually perform your duties.
Yes.
It is the individual capacity that brings the system, that actually brings.
And
the
when you have
outcome.
several people with that incapacity, then you have a collective incapacity.
Yes. Then we
have
And
a
if you have
big
a
problem.
governor, who lacks the vision, lacks the technical know-how,
Yes.
lacks the humility to learn in situations that they need to learn, then you have a gridlock.
And I'm asking this on behalf of probably someone who's listening to these stories and like CT has said, these are bizarre. And some of the accusations you've made there about these particular individuals are crazy. Someone might actually think that your demands are unreasonable. Would you think that any part of this is unreasonable and that's why maybe the county is unable to deliver on them?
I've just given you practical examples of what we wrote in the return to work formula for last year, May, that these things were negotiated over a period of 56-day strike. That means in this strike we had a give and take. And when we called off the strike, to let you know, is that it was a promise that these things will be implemented. That's why the court adopted them as a court order.
Yes.
There was a commitment, for example, in promotions for counties, that it will be done within 90 days. That is from May to September.
Yes.
That same to the Ministry of Health. They did not do these promotions by September.
Right.
They did these promotions by November. Some counties have done these promotions not by September last year, but by even January. Because this is a continuous engagement. We come and say, like we went on strike in Nairobi County, and they said, okay, fine, we saw these things. We may not be able to complete all of them, but let's give these doctors permanent and pensionable terms because it was part of the agreement. Let's get this medical insurance so that everything can be ticked on how it proceeds.
Okay.
So it is not possible that we can have agreement of things that can't be done. For example, the arrears that were to be paid, it was to be paid last year. Then we had a meeting. We were going for another strike in December. But the chair of council of governors told us, we don't have money now. We'll put your money in the equitable share for 2025, 2026. Unions are not mad people to say, no, we can't agree on that. We only just say that, okay, fine, this is a first promise. Then let this be the last promise within the budget. But when we engage, when we ask for issues and county completely locks out the way Kiambu did, and I've given you an example, it means that from the start point of view, they're acting on a wrong foot. And Kiambu County has gone also to stop all workers in Kiambu County from being in the union. It's not only doctors that they stopped pursuing the union. They also locked out the nurses. They also locked out the clinical officers. They've locked out the county workers union. So in essence, there's somebody who has come to power and feel like these unions make us to do things that we don't have to do. So first of all, cut off these unions. So the situation we are in now is more of what has been premeditated and brought about by the county, not doing that thing. The other example is like Kwale. We gave a notice on the same date, by the way. Kwale County and
Kiambu
And
County.
Kiambu County. Kiambu County tried to reach the governor. I could not. Kwale strike went for first week. The second week, I called the governor. On our first, and I was at Council of Governors when I was making these calls.
Yes.
The governor of Kwale called us for a meeting the next Monday, like 2 days later. When we went to that meeting, she gave a promise on the promotions, on the statutory deductions, on these things that were pending, and said, Davji and the team give me 4 weeks.
Yeah.
This matters will be resolved. That was in May. That will be resolved by 15th of June.
Yes.
In that sitting, we called off the strike.
You went back to work.
Doctors went back to work with the same promise, and they were like, "No, will this thing be done?" I said, "No, but if you've met the governor, who is in charge of the county, and has given a commitment that these things are going to be done, where else are you going to run about the matters?
Were
We have
they-
to give them hope."
Okay.
I can tell you
Did
that
she deliver?
all 100%.
Okay.
All these things were delivered within that 4 weeks. There was complete. There was internal processes of the board. Everything was delivered.
Okay.
So tell me, if the same issue that we had a problem with in Kwale, the same issues we had a problem with in Kiambu, and Kwale was sorted out. We had a strike notice in Kilifi. We didn't proceed on strike because those things were sorted out. You get. So the reality is that aspect of, are you willing to engage? Are you committed to resolve their problems, or are you interested in politics? Because now he's been saying that whatever we have been agitating for are politics. But these things have a handprint. They are already in court. That's what I'm telling you. We have a court process today. These things are written down. There are doctors who are affected, who have decided to get out of work and say, we are ready to lose our job as long as our dignity is protected. Why? Because we cannot every month continue asking for contributions to excess health care. We cannot every month try to go to Fulizas and Mshwaris to pay our rent or to fuel our cars to work. We cannot continuously have banks putting us into CRBs more times than any other thing as we are offering the services. Yet, there's the county proclaims that the on-source revenue has tripled or has gone 4 times. But we cannot see a change in our place of work.
Dr. Sorry, I'm interested also in something you said, that there are 2 contempt cases in court right now?
Yeah.
2, eh? Yeah. Are they against the governor, against the county, against the CCM? Who exactly are you holding in contempt?
You know, most of the times the court's work is a very funny process. The times when we held the governor of Kitui sometimes back in contempt, and they will come to court and say, you know, I don't sign these documents, and I'm not in charge of the processes, and therefore he will be relieved of that in court, and therefore you start acting. Even the Ritu Murevi, when we had an issue in Laikipia, when it was held for contempt, you will pay, I think, 1.2 million for fines, and that was it. But the reality is, in Kiambu, we went now for the accounting officers, we went for the county secretary, for the CC Health, Chief Officer Health, County Public Service Board, because these are persons that have sworn oath to office, and they're the ones who sign these documentations to have these things implemented.
Okay.
And they were actually found in contempt. That's why during that time when they were found in contempt, they rushed to have meetings and to give a promissory, we had to sign a consent that was ending the strike. But just the day the courts were going on recess, that thing was not signed. And therefore, they content us to now proceed. We have it's coming up on 22nd of this month, because they're now this was not expunged. Yeah, ideally. So today again we have a court case which protected the strike. Now the court is going to ask them why they're not doing anything. That's before Justice Radido. But the court was persuaded for a court to tell doctors to proceed on strike. It means the court was privy of the struggles of the union, the procedural process, because our contract CBA also indicates that you cannot go on a strike if you've not done conciliation. You must show that you've conciliated, you have engaged, that the other party actually is not willing to solve this problem before issuing the notice.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if you issue a notice without doing that, then it's
an illegal
illegal.
process.
Yeah.
City, what kind of picky ponky is this?
It speaks to the character of the individual governors, because governors, the system we have, the county system we have, gives governors a great deal of power.
Yes.
And some of this power seems to get to the heads of some of them, so they start behaving like God, and a terrible God at that, because if you are in charge of a county and it is clearly documented that people are dying under your watch, and this doesn't seem to faze you, you're more concerned about trying to show people that you're in charge, and you're more concerned about trying to demonstrate that people should not joke with you and that you will do what you want, then that is a person who's not fit for office.
Let me read a comment here from Gypsy Corner. Dr. Davdi Atela, thanks for explaining the qualms faced by the medics. This could be one of the reasons the medics look for green pastures elsewhere. Douglas Kibogong, sometimes I wonder Kiambu County with own income generation can't pay. There's something you said about the income and the generation of wealth within Kiambu County.
It's called own source revenue.
Exactly. And you said that the county is making money.
They say they're making money.
They say there was a conference to illustrate on how much also revenue they have generated over the last period, and there was like twice or thrice the amount they were making before. Yes, but then we look at the situation is different.
I'm sure you talk with people within the county government. When you talk to them, the ones who would say they have their hands tied, for instance, what do they say?
For example, the MCAs in the last engagements we had with them, because they came out when these issues of deaths was brought out, they came out to resolve the matter. They called for the union, and then when we went there, they did not tell the county that they have called union. So they summoned the county leadership to come. And then when they reach a point of payment of the wages, salaries that have been delayed, the county's assembly said, we are the ones who budget for this money. This money is there. Agree to pay this, even if it's paying it in phases. Lipa. Agree that you won't victimize our doctors to go and serve. Then the county management executive said they're going to consult and come back. The next meeting that was scheduled this was a Wednesday. The next schedule was scheduled on Friday. The county's executive did not turn up. This was just 2 weeks ago.
They didn't turn up.
They didn't turn up. So
why?
They were. I think they were like.
Were they instructed?
It's supposed to have been an instruction. It's supposed to be an instruction, because see, most of these, and also it's a bad advice when you have chief officers who are hell-bent that things are okay. Because we had a situation like this in Laikipia, where a chief officer and a CEC told the governor that instead of having consultants, we can have diploma holders, we can have these other...
At what?
We can have diploma holders and a few general practitioners.
Wait, who are these advising the governor?
Some doctors. The doctors who are working with, the chief officers they're working with, they advise the doctors like the governors like that. And then the governor, because him is trying to save money, he actually went ahead to prosecute that advice, and in the process fire the doctors.
Oh dear.
Now when the situations become dire, when they realize that actually things are bad, that these services are offered by the doctors, he had to first of all deal with the CEC, the chief officer who had actually advised him, but it was too late. The same scenario is playing in the county. We have chief officers, we have CECs who are in acting capacity. So you feel like you have to...
Are these people medical doctors as well?
Yeah. But see now, when you are appointed in those offices, you want to protect your job.
You become an administrator.
So you become an administrator. And therefore, in that process, I would call it that become bootlickers. You know the point?
But there's a problem here, because you are given a position of authority, where in reality, because of your training, you're supposed to help improve these services. And now you're saying that what you then see manifest is somebody who's protecting their job.
Most of the time, it comes...
Yes, well, it boils down to the incompetence I was telling you. You see, incompetence manifests in very many ways. You see, what Dr. Atela and his people do, they don't make shoes. Okay, they don't plant maize. They're not maize farmers. Okay, they're also not mechanics. They're medical doctors. Now, that job is completely different from all these others. And what makes it even more different is these fellows take an oath. Yes, it's not that you're given a letter of employment. There's an oath you take. There's a certain sanctity of life that you are supposed to uphold and ensure that you adhere to maintaining it. Now, when somebody moves away from that, then clearly it was a mistake giving you that job. Because part of what these people are supposed to do is to advise people like the governor and tell the governor, this we cannot do.
Yes.
if we hope to do this is actually wrong. Clearly, some of these people are failing. They are not offering. Because if you're offering that sort of advice and it isn't being taken, then tell the fellow, look, let's look at it this way. There are the jobs I can do. I don't have to do this one. Yes. Because if you can't take my advice and I'm the expert, then I do not see any reason why it is I should continue working with you. So if they continue working, they are complicit in the deaths and everything that has gone wrong.
Yes.
So when these things come to even more light, and people decide to get litigious on this matter and they take these matters to court, these people will be culpable. They will be held to account.
So, Daktari, what's the way forward? Because all I'm hearing is you've actually, as doctors, you've actually tried everything. Every avenue, you've gone to court, so what next?
You know, we believe, as City is putting it up, is that the county is not the individual. This is a person who has been entrusted in the office to offer services to the people, to serve the people. But then they misconstrue this particular service to suppressing, like to be the boss. They get to have boss mentality. But we have to go down to the people. That's why our demonstration yesterday was about 200 doctors and a big part of the community that are feeling frustrated by this issue of healthcare. And we came out strongly on that matter. We have had engagement with Bunge Mashinani. These are NGOs within Kiambu County asking them, how can we have these matters resolved? And there's one common statement that all these people have been putting up, that you are dealing with a hard-headed governor who, until he's pushed to the corner, he cannot change. So we ask you, what is pushing into the corner? There must be a clear illustration that the power belongs to the people. The power belongs to those who elected into the office, that actually he can be challenged and leave that office in a similar manner that we did for the governor of Laikipia. And to us, that is the right thing to do. And that's what we have started. We are beginning a process of collecting signatures. As per the constitution, we need to have only 10% of the residents to petition his removal from office. That's one thing. Number two, we can be certain that we will invest to ensure that he's not re-elected, because we will not want to deal with the same problem in the coming 5 years.
If what we are hearing from you is true, you think the residents can actually re-elect him?
No, it depends. If they're well motivated down to know that this is not politics, it's a reality. If the person who has gone to the hospital and experienced the pain will not elect him, but the person who still believes that it is politics, because that's what the last 2 weeks they've gone into different barazas, into different funerals to say it is politics. But the reality is the people are feeling the pain. It is a reality that the members of parliament from that region cannot all be hitting the president, the governor, and say there's a problem. The members of CMCS cannot be doing the same thing to those NGOs. So we are at one point starting collection of signatures to petition the president and to petition the parliament over this matter. That's number one. Number two, we had interns there, about 697 interns.
Yes.
These are about the doctor interns, the nurses, the clinical officers, who the county insisted that services were operationalized, that everything is okay. We did not try to challenge to say that things are not okay. We asked the doctors, okay, fine, you've been here for 4 months. Bring your logbooks that shows that actually every service that you've been offering is
documented.
is documented. And to reality, the ministry noted that in 4 months there was none of those logbooks that are being filled for all these cadres, and that's when the decision to transfer them to other stations came in. First thing, the CS, having intervened and talked to the governor and tried to engage, then told the governor, end this thing in a letter, end this thing by 15th of September, or we are going to redeploy our interns to other stations so that they can continue with their services and training. But that didn't take place. So when those logbooks were seen not to be okay, interns were transferred to other stations. That's when now the county realized, things are not okay. They went to now report, the governor went to now report to Council of Governors that I am being politically fought by Ministry of Health and by the union and by the members of parliament, politicians from his county. So you're asking, how can everybody turn against you? The other thing is, we have KU students. They've been learning at Kiambu level 5 and thicker for all this time. You realize that once the strike started, they could not even do the exams. So the ministry had to see a mechanism to reopen Kenyatta University Chicken Hospital to open for them. So it means that all the consultants who are at KUTRH,
Yes.
about 100 of at Kenyatta University, about 100 of them who are also offering services in Kiambu residents also have gone.
Yeah.
So they've lost 697 interns. They've lost the students who were standing there. They've lost over 100 consultants who were working in that place for that time. So that tells you that this has to be felt by the people, because the services that were offering that place cannot be replaced. Then the doctors are also out. Instead, they're only replaced with 70 doctors, with 50 doctors.
Yes.
They tried to also employ consultants. We at one point stopped it. We're saying you can't claim to be hiring consultants at the job groups where we want these consultants who have worked there for a longer time to be at. But then they went to court. When we went to court and stopped it, then later when in arguing the courts, they said to court they're not replacing the doctors. What they're doing is implementing what we are demanding, because we're demanding for employment of more doctors. And we said that's fine, then just employ. But the reality is that the situation is bad in the county, and purely they have turned it into politics instead of a resolution to the problem. And that's why the Council of Governors, they reacted not because of the strike. Their reaction was the ministry just removed interns. The counties are being fought, and that's why they come up and say everything is functional. Yeah, and they were coming up with more of a defensive approach to the issue,
Yes.
and that's why we kept on saying Council of Governors is now acting more like a union for governors to protect the incompetency and the impunity of governors who are not doing the right thing for the workers.
So, Daktari, if I walk into a Kiambu public hospital today,
Yeah.
what can and what can't be treated?
There's some services that would be offered in level 2 facility, like a dispensary level 3 and
Such
level
as,
4.
yeah.
Like just the outpatient services. You go there, you want to be checked pressure, you want to be checked for all these, without any admissions or any procedures or maternity services, or even even maternity services are offered in level 3.
Yes.
That's like the delivery.
Right.
But you cannot get the we call it the specialized services in the county. That is admission into the wards. If you are in severe conditions, you can't, because there are doctors there. The procedures that ought to have doctors in all the specialities, those are not there. And yesterday I had a call from one of the clinical officers who is in Thika level 5.
Yes.
And he was very concerned that the fatalities that he is experiencing, that he has been made to do the things that he cannot do, are crazy. This clinical officer called me and asked me, is it possible you can talk to our union and talk to the nurses so that this hospital can be reawakened? That governor was here yesterday, and they tried to do a PR of us, everything, but I can tell you things are not okay. Like today we've lost this number of this patient. Today we've referred this. This was yesterday.
Yes.
And to be honest, I can give you the number of this clinical officer. He told me he's on a 6-month contract, and therefore he cannot speak on media because he won't have his job tomorrow. But this is the reality. He was pleading with us. He told me he has talked with their union over the same matter. Asking, have you reported to your union? I have reported. He told me he's ready even to talk to media in case of there's anonymity. But that is somebody at the facility calling, asking for help. You get? So that means that they're being asked to do what they cannot do. And most of the time, a doctor, an healthcare worker, your role, your joy is that a patient who came in sick is treated and discharged. Okay. That every moment that a doctor loses a patient, that he knows deep that if there were drugs in this hospital, if there were equipment in this hospital, if there were my seniors in these hospitals, that this patient will be saved, you lose part of you. Because we always try, and this is always an ethical thing, that you do the best you can for a patient until a point that there's nothing more to be done. But if you know there's so much that can be done if these consultants are in, there's so much that can be done if there are drugs, there's so much that can be done with the equipment, and this patient can actually live, but then you lose that patient, it becomes a problem to the doctors.
Yeah.
It becomes a problem to the healthcare workers. That's why this data that we have, they are not data that we went into to mint in that hospital. Is the consciousness of the doctors, of the nurses, of the healthcare workers in those hospitals who don't want to see these things continuing, who are saying, no, this has to end. Yes.
Sorry.
Now I'm saying it is interesting, this saga that we are witnessing in Kiambu County. It points to something that perhaps is a much larger debate and larger concern. Whether the county governments and the system that brought in the county governments is actually serving the interest of the people. Because when you have 30 counties having problems that are not very different from that of Kiambu, then it means that whatever was purpose for the county governments, it was wonderful on paper.
Yeah.
And it was a thing that we've been looking for. But somehow, we have managed to elect people who do not seem to understand what it is that they need to do in order to serve the people who elected them. So it means that all the monies which are constantly being deployed ends up not doing what it is that it's supposed to do. So here you have a system where people's lives are supposed to be better and people's lives are getting worse. So what does that say of the system, or what does that say of the mechanism that is supposed to check this particular system? Yes. See, the politics now is with the senators.
Yeah.
The politics now is with the members of the county assembly. The politics now with the constituency members of parliament who represent these people. Because if these things are happening and they're silent, then they are complicit in whatever harm that the people of these respective counties are facing. And now we have an election around the corner.
Yeah.
So that seems to be the focus of most people, other than the service that they were elected to actually provide. Yes. It's a damning indictment on those whom we have elected as political leaders in this country.
Yeah.
Because their focus is clearly not the welfare of those who elected them. Clearly.
Yeah. Dr. People have been, well, some people, not a lot, been talking about probably taking back healthcare to the central government, and probably just having things being taken care of there centrally. And I'm sure you've met your colleagues who are of the same opinion, if not all of them. Do you think that will ever happen?
You know, when you look at the manifesto of Kenya Kwanza, of the president, when it was doing the forum, he did an healthcare forum where he invited all the healthcare workers.
And he signed those charters.
Yeah, to listen to theirs, I think here at Square. And one thing that came out strongly was the deplorable state of healthcare workers in the counties. Yeah, the counties have done well in terms of brick and mortar. Yeah. In terms of building new facilities every time. But the welfare of healthcare workers and the decreasing number in terms of the shortages came out very clearly. The training plans are there. And in that day, I think we even took pictures, and he said it reached from that forum. This became part of the manifesto, which says that the national government will mediate with the counties, between the counties and the workers, to ensure that there is something like health service commission. That came out very clearly in that manifesto. What also came out was the number of healthcare workers that will be employed in the first 100 days to be 20,000. But then when he came to office, he realized that there is also another union called the Council of Governors, who now say, bring that word health service commission at your own peril. Even the employment of health workers, they're like, you cannot employ for counties. Counties are fully devolved. Even this time of action about the interns, the COG wrote that we are fully devolved. We are not under the supervision of the ministry. So see, that now brings the aspect. Now being blackmailed by counties and the governor, that made this thing not to move any further, and it stops there. And what is the problem with that? It means that county accept that we are not getting enough revenue, both from the exchequer and from our also revenue, that we can support the human resource that we need in the county to offer the services.
Doctor, do you really think that is true? Because that's what county governments
That's what they say.
But is it really true?
It depends.
Okay, go on.
But that's what they say. And then they come and say that over 50%, 50% of our budget goes to the payment of wages, which is way far above the PFM Act.
It is contrary.
Which they say the same thing. That's what again they say. Then we ask them, okay, fine, if that's the case, and you know, for example, in Kiambu County, we have 300 doctors. We have to have 600. In a county like Nakuru, we have 200 doctors. We have to have 400. So like, you have all the services you want to offer. You have promised. If you don't employ, because in the last 3 years, the counties have employed only 1,000 doctors. despite us producing more than 1,500 every year, despite the shortage of about 30,000 doctors in the country to get even to the basic WHO level. So you ask them, then why can't you then relinquish this healthcare, the health workforce part of it, so that we can have a centralized management? And with this, one thing that comes in, you can even use the Union of Governors, the Council of Governors, to be the Health Service Commission, so that the same way we have annual budgets for teachers in the
and for the police service,
and for the police service,
Yes.
and for the military,
Yes.
we can have the same budget for healthcare workers, so that whatever 10% you get from the national then can now go into the brick and mortar, into the equipment. They say no. And they know when they say a very strong no over that. No. Health is devolved. We can't allow this. And then you realize, then every governor who comes into office, they go into what we call head counts. They do head counts, almost every year head counts. But the head counts keep exposing bigger numbers of ghost workers. So you ask yourself, where do the ghost workers come from? So you come to also unravel that one mechanism for them to eat money, I mean,
is through these
ghost workers.
Okay.
Yeah, because you see now, with personal emolument, it's something that is fixed. It got to be paid. From when you go to the control of budget, every month you give returns, and they give you money based on that.
Okay.
And that's why we keep saying, even the problem we have with Kiambu County on not payment of this money, these arrears, or these salaries, every month when they give returns to the control of budget, the names of these doctors are in the list. That no, we are paying this number of workers. That's not where money is being released. But now it's released to them and they don't pay it, meaning they divert it somewhere else.
Daktari, unfortunately we've come to the end of the show. Umesema unaenda kotini saizi.
Tuna kotini saizi.
I wish you all the best.
So we have courts from I think 9:15, 9:20 to about 1, because we're doing a hearing, union versus the county, and we believe the justice system will work. I mean, it's not only the governor. It's only not the government. When people are dying, I keep saying, it's Kenyans. And when you have health, the only health ministry, this one ministry. So we have a good minister, yes. We have a president who has a vision over the universal health care, but that cannot be realized when you have more than 20 madmen, I keep saying, across the country.
We'll be following up on that, and we invite you back here. And in case you feel like there's something that needs to get out there as far as the situation is concerned, we are always listening.
Thank you.
This is where we come to a stop. Do stand by. In the next hour, our next conversation takes place. Right now, though, here is Winnie Maganga.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Ministry of Education on Monday released the 2026 school calendar, setting the opening date for the first term on January 5th, 2026 and closing on April 3rd. A circular signed by Basic Education Principal Secretary Julius Butok indicated that learners will proceed on a 3-week holiday from April 6th to April 24th before resuming for the second term. The second term will begin on April 25th and end on August 7th, while the third term is scheduled to start on August 24th and run until November 14th. Mombasa County government has unveiled a series of new maritime safety measures aimed at preventing future marine accidents. This follows the tragic capsizing of the MV Dragon along Chuda Creek on Friday last week. Governor Abdul Samad Nasir said the county government has successfully concluded search and recovery operations and is now shifting focus towards improving maritime safety and emergency preparedness. The lecturers' strike that has crippled learning in public universities for nearly a month is nearing its end, according to Education CS Julius Agamba. Speaking on Monday, Ugamba said lecturers union UASU and KUSU have discussed their grievances with SRC and the strike will end soon. He noted that ministry officials have held talks with the unions on implementing the 2017-2021 collective bargaining agreement in a mutually beneficial way.
The WASU team, the KUSU team, the universities were meeting over this weekend in Machakos to work out on the issues of the 2017-2021 CBA, and they had another team also negotiating the 25-29 CBA cycle. So we are hoping that they'll be doing a report today to make a decision as to how much money is outstanding. As you are aware, the unions were demanding 7.9 billion.
The Ministry of Health says Kenya has made major progress in the fight against tuberculosis, recording 14% drop in the TB cases and 65% decline in deaths since 2015. Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale attributed the success to better diagnostic services but called for more efforts to expand TB and lung diseases testing across the country. In 2024, Kenya recorded more than 96,000 drug-sensitive TB cases and 750 drug-resistant ones. Duale spoke in Nairobi while flagging off 80 ultra-portable AI-powered digital X-ray machines.
The 80 AI-enabled digital X-ray machines we are flagging off today will bring diagnostic closer to the grassroots, enabling TB detections even in a very symptomatic cases and supporting diagnosis of other lung diseases.
Cape Verde has become the second smallest nation to reach the World Cup after the Islanders beat Eswatini 3-0 at home. Victory meant the Blue Sharks secured the top spot in their qualifying group and a place at the 2026 finals ahead of the continental heavyweights Cameroon. Dylon Livramento opened the scoring for the host in Praia, turning home a loose ball inside a 6-yard box early in the second half, and Willie Semedo volleyed in a second soon afterwards. Veteran defender Stropira added the third in stoppage time. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 7 minutes past 8 o'clock. And the previous hour bana, imenifanya nikaanza kufikiria very differently about Kenya as a whole. Vitu mingi sana tumeambiwa na daktari Dr. Davji. And perhaps we shall even ask our guest to do some of those issues that Kiambu County is facing, just to give a comment or two. I'm talking about Professor Martin Olo. He is a lawyer and a political analyst as well. Professor, welcome to Radio Generation.
Asante sana.
I'm sure you're aware of what is happening in Kiambu County. There has been a strike that has lasted over 130 days. Actually, today is day 139. The doctors are currently in and out of court, engaging the county government on matters to do with health, provision of healthcare in Kiambu County. And some of the things that the SecGen of KMPDU has told us, they are very damning. And the fact that they are unable to reach the county government leadership. When it gets to a point like that where the county government is unable to talk to doctors on very critical health issues, what would you make of that?
I think there are two stories, and I was listening in when the doctor was talking. There's the good story, and he quoted the Kwale story.
Right.
And there's the bad story, and that's a Kiambu story. But the other one is, again, the bigger story, which is, have we gotten it right on matters health, particularly on the employment of doctors, even with the devolution or with the implementation of Schedule 4 of the Constitution. I think that's where our problem is.
Yeah.
The experiences of some governors, as you've heard about Kiambu, the experiences of even the Council of Governors, as we've heard again about the Council of Governors and their purported intervention, is such that it's making us wonder whether, and maybe this is a point, are we in a place where we can leave a serious sector such as health sector to the vagaries of political decision making or vagaries of political players who are clueless about governance and about matters health? Maybe that's the bigger story. Health is too important
question.
for us to be leaving it to some whims of a guy who then operates the way he wants because he's a small tin god. He thinks that he's the best thing that a county ever imported. No. I think we must take seriously. Health is too important.
Thank you for that comment. Let's switch back to what exactly has brought you here. And it is the Draft Religious Organizations Bill 2024. Maybe we can just have a brief introduction to what this bill is all about. In a nutshell, what does this bill seek to do?
Let me start by saying that there is an attempt by government purportedly to address what it calls cultism, to address what it calls extremism, to address what it calls rogue religious organizations. And that attempt resulted from our experience with Shakahola, and a task force was formed. Now, the task force that was formed was actually meant to look at what are the legal and policy gaps that could lead us to these kinds of organizations. Then the task force, in its wisdom or lack of it, or lack of it,
all right,
decided that there were some predisposing factors. It said that the reason why these things are there is poverty. It said unemployment. In fact, it said a high cost of health sector, health services.
Okay.
So it pointed at a number of things that actually seems to indicate that it's the level of desperation, the level of want, the level of hopelessness
in the country
that's leading people to some of this. Some people are selling their property to go. They were selling their property to go to.
We have actually had some of those instances.
Yes. So that the idea here was they were looking for a way out. So you sell your property to go and meet with this man who can connect you with God and so on. Desperateness. My problem, and CT and Mbuvi, my problem is, if that was the diagnosis, you've just had a doctor here who has told you that there are problems. If that was the diagnosis, to what extent is the proposed religious organizations bill the solution? And my submission is that the diagnosis and the prescription are worlds apart.
So do you agree with those findings that you just mentioned to us, the poverty levels and the cost of health and so on and so on? Do you agree with those findings?
There is, the reason why I don't want to start by saying I agree with them, there is an attempt for them to arrive at some discovery. My position is that when I read this task force report, it's a work of fiction rather than a work of a scientific inquiry. And when I say a scientific inquiry, is that there is a process that you must follow in a report to arrive at some conclusion. So how do they come to the point that there's predisposition, that poverty and whatnot? Because if they had done that so well, then it should have led them to their conclusions. These guys in this report make various statements and get away with it. For example, they say that they listened to expert opinion. Do you know when you read the report and you read the appendices and read the list of people they met?
There's no
There is
expert.
no person there saying this was an expert or CT Muga, expert in theology and missiology. Mbuvi, expert in witchcraft, and then I'm just assuming that you know more about witchcraft. But I
get you.
You get me?
Yes.
So there is no place where they are saying that we actually talk to this expert.
Right.
And this guy told us this, an
These are
economic
the-
expert, development expert, somebody with the knowledge about religion, spirituality. No, there's nowhere. So they talk about that, nowhere. But again, the mistake here is more about, did they come to this task with their minds formed, or did they come to this task with an open mind? My
So-
suspicion is that their mind was formed.
So they already came when they were coming to the table. They came with these findings. They were just working their way backwards, according to you.
According to me.
All right.
And this is why. The terms of reference tell them that please look for gaps and look for challenges that could lead to that. So you could come with some ideas about those gaps and challenges. They decided to interpret the task and give themselves 4 deliverables.
Okay.
1, they said they will deliver the report to the president. Good. Then they told themselves that they will then write a policy on religious organization.
Okay.
And then they'll say with that policy they will also write a draft bill. And then with that draft bill they will also write regulations. Surely that was an overreach of their terms of reference. They should have just come back and said, look, we went, we looked at this, we investigated this. This is what we found. Then they would have been asked, what solutions would you propose? They say, no, with these problems, maybe we need a new way of looking at these issues, so that they would not have come with this bill, with this policy, and with these regulations, as if all they did is to go and seek to create a law. Because that's not the purpose. The purpose is, why are Kenyans ready to get into cultism? Why are Kenyans ready to get into extremism? And why is it that intolerance or religious intolerance is something that is growing, not just in Kenya but around the world?
Around the world, yes.
Yeah. The solution, my friend, is not that there's no law, is not that there is no commission in charge of religious organizations. Because one thing I believe in, just like the Americans said in 17th century,
yes,
that Congress or Parliament shall make no law respecting establishment of religious institutions and practices and belief. In other words, it is not in the place of any government or any legal institution to decide how people worship and who they worship. That is the business of man and his God. And that is business that has already been
And that's why
agreed.
they have what they call a separation of powers.
Yes.
Church and state.
Yes. Remember, there was, if your reference is the so-called Christian religion, there was one. When you hear Catholic is all encompassing. That's really what it means. And the Protestants are Protestant Catholics. That's what they actually are. When you protested, you are a heretic, just so that you understand at a certain point in time. If the church doctrine was the begin and end all of knowledge, so when they said the earth was flat, and people like Galileo dared say it was spherical, you are a heretic. And when you're a heretic, you're burnt at the stake. We've progressed since, but this particular commission that we speak of does not give us details of what it is that was found in the 1995 Commission on Cults in Country, a commission that was set in place by President Ali Arap Moi. A report was given. This was led by certain Bishop Kirima. 1999, this thing was tabled in Parliament. Okay? It was a very serious document that was written. And they went into great details, and they took their time. It ought to have formed a very key reference point for whatever it is they were talking about. They are not discussing something new to the country. They are not discussing something that hasn't happened before in the country. So, but they seem to have presented it as though they were the first people to come up with the idea of looking into this thing so that their suggestions now made sense. Instead of having a reference point from which to begin and to say, this is what we've had in the past. Let's look at how this thing compares with what we now have. They didn't do that. So when you look at their findings, anybody who is a thinker will dismiss it.
Thank you, City. And I know you're a thinker. Where I went into and I faulted them is, number one, on their methodology, and number two, on what they called literature review. In fact, the point you make, they said that they undertook literature review to build the theoretical foundations for their findings. And there was no theory whatsoever, and there was no foundation they laid, and there's no single citation of any literature they read in that report.
Including the Kirima one.
They didn't cite it. I saw somewhere in references, there's a way in which you refer to a material and you cite it in any report of any worth. And there's a way in which this report is so shallow in terms of what it says and how it concludes. In other words, it's work of fiction. It's patchwork. You're trying to arrive at a conclusion that you have already made by trying to beat around the bush. So, yes, there were reports that had been written. There are issues of even economics they talked about.
Right.
Issues of mental health, those issues don't feature anywhere, and therefore they don't feature. Because these people went to start writing a bill, not to find out what the problem of cultism and what we can do about this extremism. They didn't. They simply thought that they were the best people to write for us a bill. Unfortunately, what they have written cannot be accepted.
Prof, let me ask you then. Do you believe or do you think that we have a cult problem in Kenya?
And not just in Kenya. Do we have a cult problem in human society? In other words, are we as humans always searching and sometimes finding ourselves in places that only we can understand? And you can look at it from negation. And in fact, CT was there. That every era, every epoch, every
turn of human civilization, yes.
There is always the status quo and there is always the alternative. So that if, for example, today we said that everything about the earth is formed by God,
yes,
and there are people explaining that, there is somebody looking around us to actually find the opposite, say, no. This was not found by God. This was found by some climatic conditions,
force of nature.
Yeah,
spontaneous.
So even when Isaac Newton sits there and he sees this apple falling down and not upwards, and he talks about gravity, he learns, and you see there's a connection between gravity and law of nature and so on. Somebody says, no, this thing can fly. It can actually also drop and go forwards. So the point is that at every time in a society you have both status quo or both people who are thinking as things are and people who are trying to think otherwise so that they can give you the alternative of things.
So you're saying that there's the logic and then there's the illogical. All right.
Yeah, there's liberalism and there's illiberal.
Exactly. But my question still stands. Do you think, as professor, that we have a cult problem in Kenya?
Yes, I do. I do. And cult is, by the way, we have a big cult problem, not just in religion, even in politics.
It is the biggest cult.
The biggest cult that we have.
Yes, it is.
When you see the kind of things that people do and the kind of promises the politicians make and the belief that people have in them, that's a cult.
Yes.
How can you promise people that you'll take them across the river with a wheelbarrow and they follow you? That's very cultic. So they're So our politics is the best exemplification of culture.
It actually predisposes Kenyans to magic thinking, meaning solutions that need to be worked out in a logical, practical way. Now, an element of spirituality is brought into it so that it's something that's supposed to happen magically. Changes that come about when you engage in certain activities over time, someone then tells you that all you need to do is believe very fervently and some of these things will come to pass, and it is actually not true. You see, the inclination towards believing things that are magical tells you that somebody has a desire not to face the harsh realities that they encounter on a daily basis. So that flight of fancy is something you entertain because confronting your reality is difficult. Just saying this is what I need, it is difficult. If you look at a culture that we have, and it's cultic, an expectation that people have that whenever they see somebody who is in the political realm, some money will be issued. When a political figure comes, you find people more or less standing and waiting to be given money. You know, it is actually madness, if you think about it. Why would somebody just give you money for the sake of money, when we all know that you get money when you earn it? But when somebody moves their thought from the process of earning, and they determine that just by being in a certain place at a certain time in the presence of a certain individual, money will come to them. And then you have people who further this belief and encourage it. So
maybe someone would argue, City, that you're buying my time for me to come here and listen to you, because if I weren't here, you'd be talking to this table by itself. So if you're a politician and you want my attention, and this is just, a philosophical argue, then pay me to be here, because I might as well have been in the shamba somewhere eating mangoes.
I want City to respond to you, but I want us to get back to our civic duty.
Yeah, sure.
I'm here this morning. I woke up myself. I'm here because you asked me to come.
True.
There's no financial transaction in this business.
Right.
But why am I here? I believe there's something I need Kenyans to know. When you are having a civic duty, when you go to meet a politician, your first responsibility is to understand, why does this guy want to offer himself for leadership? And that you want to interrogate the person, and you want to be sure that this is the right person, so that you can also tell others that,
that is the person. Yeah.
So it's not about a financial transaction. If you are going there for your time to be bought, and for that person, the fellow could have bought your time without you going there. You'd have been doing something productive, sends you money, and you tell me, I've received your money, tutakuwa pamoja. But you see, you decide to go and listen to this fellow, it cannot be an empty discourse. That's not how humanity is wired. You go to a meeting, whether it's an elders council or whether it's a community celebration, you go there because you have something to contribute and something to learn from it, so that you give as well as get. But this culture of you going to get, going to be given, is not what civic engagement is. It's not even African.
Yeah.
This is a very, and that's why we say it's a form of sickness. It's a form of sickness. The moment you wake up, and by the way, if you want to look at this, look at how we approach leadership. We bring in leaders and change them without any thought process. In fact, anybody arriving, and like you now arriving in your village with a V8, with a truck of things, you become of an excitement to them. And they say, yeah. They say, as you know, they say that, Mbuvi, afadhali Mbuvi. Yeah. So, and you're like, okay, why? Why? So you don't think these people are interested in you. It's their mind that is wired on things. Yeah, they're on spectacle and so on. And that's how we actually approach our politics in this country. That we go for the dramatic effect. You would think that we actually close our eyes, then vote, and then when we wake up, we wonder, who did we vote? Yeah. So, and that's our tragedy, because then we land from the frying pan into the fire almost every election time. Whether it's governors, whether it's MPs, whether it's MCAs, whatever it is. And that's why our turnover is very high. We turn them over 75% every 5 years.
Election,
and as soon as we elect our favorite, we start complaining the next day.
So, Professor, getting back to the whole issue of, and you've said we have a cult issue in Kenya. Now, the second question is also part of what you have talked about in terms of the findings of this particular task force. The fact that perhaps people are driven to this cult situation because of their levels of poverty. We have seen a lot of preachers preaching prosperity gospel, for example. Could it be that the reason why people are flocking to these churches and other religious institutions or religious outfits, it is because they're looking for that prosperity that is being preached by these pastors or preachers?
Actually, I've remembered something that I want to characterize so that when I go into the people, it comes in. If you look at this report, the task force report, look at the flowing language that these members are using to praise the president. They say, we thank the president for his visionary leadership. and then they go somewhere and say, we thank the president for giving us this opportunity. Now that's cultism. They have, that's
It's a cult in itself.
Yeah, it's a cult. Because you are given a task because you are competent and because there's a problem. Why don't you then, address that? Tell us, look, it was very important that at a time such as this issue be investigated, and we thank God that we were the ones given the opportunity. There's nowhere where they even
The language would have been different.
Yeah, there's nowhere even where they thank God in that report. They seem to thank man in that report, and that's a cult. That's a problem.
Yes.
Now back to where we are, and isn't that now the symptom that we are dealing with?
Yes.
That you have a people given a task and terms of reference with public resources, but they already have a mind that the person who was given this task wants to hear this, and they take what the person wants to hear, not what they find. The other way around. And I want to remind you about basic things about Adam Smith. Adam Smith was one of the founders of political economics and economics, so to speak. In The Wealth of Nations, he wrote that when you see a butcher slaughtering a very fat cow and displays the meat red and fatty, it's not because that butcher loves humanity, that he really cares that human beings must enjoy meat. No. He knows something about human beings. They love meat. And when you show them good meat, they'll buy it. So he knows the people have money, they have an appetite, he displays that they want, and they buy. So he loves himself, he knows he wants money from people, he gives people what he knows they'll be able to take from them.
Yes.
Now, I want to quickly tell you, there are preacher who then mounts a church and positions himself in a certain way or herself in a certain way, knows that there's a Kenyan out there looking for this kind of, I call it drama, this kind of show, whatever it is, or this kind of make-believe, and they will come. How many times have you seen people abused in these congregations?
Oh, so many
and
times.
They still come. Some are beaten, they
slapped,
still come.
kicked,
Some, and they still bring, they even sell their goods. They even sell land. They even if sell houses to go and bequeath this man of God. So at the end of it all, it is something that we need to examine. That is this a play that people have discovered about human beings, and they know that once they go that way, they listen to it, and there's a characterization you can say in religion, you can say in politics, you can say in business, you can say, because I keep telling people that when you tell us that these people are lazy, these people are that, remember that an entrepreneur who is looking at you says, these people from Mukambani, if I do this, they are likely
capture.
Yeah. So when you're looking at people either from the mountain or wherever it is, what those people have decided is that they know they are business people, and they also know that they have a product that some people want. So you go and give them the product. Yes. So it is about how markets work. It's about how systems work. What is it that you're positioning, and what market are you targeting, and who is likely to come through?
Yes.
When you have a country of desperation, you have a country of poverty, you have a country where people wake up, they have no hope, you position yourself as the hope carrier and the hope builder. So when you position it, people will come to listen to that hope, and they'll go away feeling encouraged. And sometimes, yes, they are encouraged. Sometimes it is there is a hallucination. But whatever the case, what we need to understand is that there are forces at work here. You have an idea of what people want, you've positioned yourself, and people that you are targeting actually troop to you.
Yes.
Similarly, when we were talking about, there was one Catholic church. At some point, why did Protestantism begin? And even from Protestantism, how did the other sex
Splinter groups
groups.
form, yes.
The
It is
Lutherans and
that way. People always looking or getting satisfied with what they have and asking for something different and positioning a little different. And in some cases, it's those who have the status quo sometimes assuming that people are not also growing that actually creates that kind of offshoots or breakaways. So
But, you're right, Prof. In fact, what you say, you see, the findings of this particular commission is framed within a setup that seems to meet a need that arose within the country. The deaths shocked the nation, and this is an attempt to supposedly provide a solution. So you look for a group. Now, this is where the fiction begins. You start by saying you have experts. You don't tell us what they're actually experts in, but they're a group of people. The fact that people have titles doesn't necessarily make them experts.
Yes.
Not necessarily.
Yes, I agree, yes.
So here you have these people, and they also preamble the discussion by making it appear like it's going to be scholarly. And then you look at what this supposed scholarly finding is about, and then again you find more fiction. And the Prof is right. You already predetermine what it is that you want to present. So what you are doing is sugarcoating it so that you preamble it and then you continue and you give the impression that what you are actually presenting is well researched, well thought out, is following certain laid down procedures. But therein now lies the true fiction, because when you start examining it along the perimeters that they have set, you find it is not so. It is actually not so. That's why I'm calling it fiction.
Yes.
Okay? Now, there's a writer called Tom Wolfe. Tom Wolfe came up with an interesting phrase. It's around the year 2006, called fiction absolute, where somebody begins a certain thought, which in essence is a propaganda. You want to persuade thinking in a certain direction, so you begin by asserting certain views, and you borrow from what is already believed, whether partially or wholly, and you include it in it, so that you then assemble the thought process in a certain direction.
So it's like planting seeds.
Yes, and then, but you already know the conclusion. But the idea is so that when you conclude, it is very easy for someone to believe that what you have stated in the conclusion is the same, and yet they may be diametrically opposed. So it is fiction. Now, why am I bringing this so strongly? The biggest cult that we actually have in this country is our politics, and the politicians are the cult leaders. You only need to look at the groupings of our political parties and the leadership and how it is formed and how people respond. The manner in which the people respond to their chosen leaders is actually completely illogical. Look at any political leader in this country who is called a party leader. The support they have is illogical.
Yeah.
People talk about leaders who they feel benefit them, and the benefits that citizens of this country believe are benefits people who sort of like provide you the employment. They don't realize that somebody who grows an economy and ensures that there is more money because of the robust economy will automatically create jobs. They think jobs have to do with you being employed.
Yes.
They don't realize that a growing economy creates jobs because there are things that people want to do. When people have money, they want to spend. When they spend, whoever produces has to produce more because there are more people who have money to buy. That's how you create all these things. But they don't talk about that. They talk about how they want to employ. So there's a pressure for people to be employed as police cadets, army cadets. Anytime the government seeks to employ, the number of people who apply outstrip the demand completely.
Yes.
Now, what am I saying? How do you get an entire nation to have their minds focused on things that actually don't work for them, things that in essence don't actually benefit them? And how do you get a whole bunch of people to actually believe in the things you're saying when it is evidenced that these things don't actually work the way you've said they're going to work? And with every attempt at trying to pronounce that they work, you can see they actually don't work.
Yeah.
And yet we believe they work. So you tell me.
Yeah.
When you're talking about cult, and you're talking about the mental state that we are in and how we seek to follow, the ingredient that leads us astray is something called hope. There is the understanding that something good will come out of it. So even when good isn't there, you still hope that you will see good.
Prof, you also mentioned in their findings something to do with witchcraft.
Yeah, they talked about what they called repugnant cultures and traditions, and the witchcraft and so on come in.
Right.
You see, there's no major difference between witchcraft and any other belief system. It's just that you have this what others will call crude or what others will call backward or primitive, but you have this belief that somebody can work this and a miracle or some magic happens. So there's a bit of that. So that is an issue that we must deal with. In this country, do we have people who believe in that? Yes. Are they people that you need to condemn or you need to handle in a manner that actually appreciates where they're coming from and therefore where they should be? So there's a better way to respond to them than otherwise. Back to what we were saying, you see, at the end of the day, religious organizations have existed alongside other belief systems. There's nothing that's going to stop a believer in witchcraft from believing in it except some light that they might come across to see the change.
A Damascus moment.
A Damascus moment, yeah. Nothing. So, and the society will live like that for as long as we know it, because certain factors work the way they work. So, in other words, when you want to solve a problem, do not believe that one piece or one suit will fit everyone. Now, that's the problem with these guys. These guys arrived at this task force and they decided that all religious organizations are the same. That even when you look among Christian organizations, that all they need is a chairman, a secretary, a treasurer, a committee. Yet you know that some churches are organized differently.
True.
The Catholics are organized very differently. The Presbyterians are organized very differently. The Anglicans are organized very differently.
Lutherans.
The Lutherans, the Methodists, they're organized very differently. Including the AIC.
Yes.
The AIC that is a popular church in some area. It's organized differently. The point I'm making is that every one of these religious organizations has its own structures. So if you tell them now to give you a chairman, to give you a secretary, and to give you a treasurer, what are you really saying? What are you really saying? It means that you actually don't understand. You don't understand the Episcopal nature of churches. You don't understand the Presbyterian mode. You don't understand. And that's the problem of this religious bill and even the task force. It wants to speak to everybody. It wants to treat a mosque the same way as it wants to treat
a church,
a meeting. You know, friends meet. The friends, the friends
Quakers,
meeting.
yes.
They meet. Yeah, and then you want to treat, you see, the Hindus in the same way as say
SDA.
No,
You can't.
they are different, and so you must understand that they come to this with unique, peculiar features. So you can't bring a bill that purportedly works for all of them. Indeed, the model constitution that is tagged on this religious bill is a sham model. It's really a sham model. It is so simplistic that it misses the aim and the objects of legislation.
Someone would think that the individuals in the task force, you wouldn't lack maybe a Catholic or a Hindu. They might not necessarily be clergy of these particular institutions, but I mean, if you have me, for example, in that task force, there are some things I'll tell you because I'm a Catholic, that won't fly. There's some things you'd have probably CT, he's an Anglican, and he'll tell you that one, kidogo. So the people that formed that task force, were they pagans? Were they atheists? Were they?
No, Paul.
No, I'm asking a question to understand the kind of makeup that informed the kind of decisions that they actually brought.
CT wants to comment. Because
Sure, why not?
You know, the thing is this, the understanding with all these commissions, when they are set up, is this. You bring people who are thought leaders in that particular area of
Field,
endeavor, yes, and you ask them to actually do some form of research. I'm being polite here, so that they can arrive at an understanding. The research seeks to answer a question, so you arrive at an understanding of what is actually happening. That understanding is what you then present and say, this is what we have found. Okay? Now, the issue of solutions can come later. Now, so you start by saying, who actually qualifies to be in this
task force?
Yes, who? Because at the end of it, if you want to end up with a legal issue, you need to have legal minds there as well. And you have legal minds whose area of expertise is on this subject matter. and it is known that this is the area of expertise. Not just a specialty, there are people who now have even subspecialties in that field. Okay? Now, once you have that cohort, then you have started and people feel, actually, these people represent a group that may actually get us to where we want. If we start questioning that group and the composition, we already have a problem even before we began. So when you then present, we will then look at your report with a tooth comb. We will really look at it. And we will start with what you told us was the beginning, the preamble, everything will be looked at. And if we find it wanting, whatever conclusion you arrive at, we'll have to dismiss and say, actually, no. You haven't done the job that you're supposed to do. Why am I saying this? We cannot be reacting to a situation that has happened on this planet from time immemorial, from the time human beings understood religion. Just because people have died, I personally wouldn't have bothered with looking into this and bringing the religious angle. I would have asked the question, how did this happen in the first place? How did you even allow this to have happened in the first place?
Where were the security apparatus?
Yes. How did this happen?
How come people have not been arrested?
Yes.
So there are other issues.
Yes.
But I want to buttress where we are on. By the way, the members of this task force are very eminent religious leaders. There were 2 senior councils that I know. One of them is now late. And it had a representation across.
Okay.
My problem is, did they go with their mind or did they suspend their minds? I suspect that they suspended their minds because they had a government task. When I said that they had false starts, when you read their methodology, they say they invited memoranda. So they got several memoranda from everywhere. Then they say they went to counties and they met people. In their list of stakeholders that they engaged with, it is heavy on government. It's heavy on county governments. It's heavy on government officials. It's heavy on civil society organizations. It's heavy on other groups. And it's very light
on Wanjiku.
Forget even Wanjiku. It's very light on faith-based organization. In other words, you're talking about a faith issue, and you're asking everybody else except giving us a very clear understanding. You see, today, if you want to ask about witchcraft, you can't just go and ask anybody in the street. They'll tell you, we don't understand that, we don't know it. Ask the people who believe in it and who know how its effect. They'll give you an idea.
Talk to witch doctors. That is what you're saying.
Yes. Talk to herbalists. Talk to people who believe this practice works. And talk to politicians who go to those witch doctors every election time and talk to them. Say, why do you believe in these guys? In other words, there are people that you consult for their knowledge and for their contribution to an issue. In this task force report, they talk to everybody else except talk to religious groups in a manner that identified them as a clear target to give them an explanation. Because eventually, the law they actually bring out is against the religious groups or is for religious groups. But the people that have consulted are everybody else except those groups. So that gives you a skewed approach, and it also tells you where their mind was as they were looking at this whole thing.
Yeah. Someone is asking here online.
Yes.
Why do this is Sonnet? And Olisa, why do we need a governmental mandated religious task force in the first place?
The task force was government because it's the president that appointed it. But the issues were Kenyan issues and there were also religious issues. Was the president right in appointing? I don't think so. He was wrong. He was right in appointing it, but there was a problem. However, was the problem such that it required this task force? My answer is no. You see, City and I have told you that the problem in Shakahola is people went to sleep. When a Kenyan dies, it's the responsibility of the government of Kenya to know why and who has killed the person. And that's why we do post-mortem.
Right.
if a Kenyan leaves their home and goes to a destination X, it is the responsibility of the Kenyan government to ensure that that Kenyan is safe and reaches their destination. In other words, security, public service, roads, everything should be such that a Kenyan wanting to move from one point to the other is safe and it's okay. So the business of governments to know what Kenyans are doing, where they are, and especially if Kenyans are being conned or if Kenyans are being lured, if Kenyans are being killed, if Kenyans are being buried secretly. You know, it's a business of government to know that actually a Kenyan is public health demands that there's a way in which a dead should be buried. So you can't have a situation where a Kenyan dies, a Kenyan is buried, no permit is issued, because even issuance of permit has a purpose, that you are recording deaths and births and those kind of things. So back to this, it is a failure of governance, it's a failure of security, it's a failure of our criminal investigation system, it's a failure of holding people to account. I keep saying that a crime does not have a color. A Christian can commit a crime, so can a Muslim commit a crime, a pastor can commit a crime, so can a politician commit a crime. So there's no law that should be specific for politicians who commit crimes and for church leaders who commit crimes. No, criminal law applies to us all.
Everyone.
So what we needed is not yet another law for religious organization, is to ask that investigators, the DCI, is to ask people in charge of homicide, to ask the DPP and others, if Kenyans died, investigations were done, how many people have been prosecuted for murder, how many people have been charged. The drama that has followed this whole thing, eventually nobody is ever going to be held accountable.
Prof, okay, this was sparked by the Shakahola situation. But do we actually need some sort of regulation or some checks and balances like they do have in Rwanda?
These checks and balances, when you talk about it, what exactly do you mean?
Do we need a situation whereby we can actually decide whether city is fit to open a church or not, just because he can preach, he can...
Who is to decide?
That's what I'm asking. Is there a need for such...
Who decides if there's a need?
Do we need... Is there a need for someone to actually make that decision that city can open a church as opposed to Professor Law opening a church?
You know, there's something...
Or a mosque for that matter.
Freedom, much as there are those who argue that the very nature and the essence of it is absolute, it isn't. Because it actually doesn't exist without a check and balance. The check and balance has to do with the details that pertain to the diversity of individuals. Your freedom vis-a-vis my freedom. And when it is that your freedom infringes on my freedom. It's a dialectical discussion that we can go on with. But the point I'm trying to make is this. What really are we discussing? We are discussing the lapse of the security apparatus in the country that led to the death of very many people. And we are discussing the deaths being brought about by an individual who claimed to be a religious leader. And there is a trail of evidence that this is somebody who had been sanctioned on very many occasions. He had even had his TV station shut down. This is somebody whom the law ought to have acted on a long time ago, or should have been under watch. That he could take people to this location over time and lure very many other people, when clearly there was a clear indication of the sort of person he was. That is not a religious issue. It is a lapse on the security apparatus. So the question that you have to ask is, why was there a lapse? Who are the individuals who are supposed to be charged with ensuring that such a thing does not actually occur, or this individual doesn't actually function in the manner that he functioned that led to him luring people?
And that is why I started by saying that Shakahola might have been the thing that started this conversation, or rather that whole task force and the bill. But if we're looking at other incidences, for example, you also said there are churches where people go and they're whipped, they're beaten, and they still go back there. Churches where people are duped and they give their property to these particular religious leaders. So Shakahola might have been the straw that broke the camel's back. But is an actual need for some sort of regulation.
Who decides?
Oh, yeah.
I'm asking the question again. Who decides? You see,
Well,
this
in this-
constitution
in-
that we have, Mbuvi, it took a very long time for us to get here. And you know one of the things that they did? The citizenry were asked. People opined on it. And that's why public participation is a very key pillar in this constitution that we have.
Yes.
Religious organizations already exist. Governing bodies of religious organizations already exist. Organizations that cover Muslims, Hindus, and everybody already exist.
Yes. But
If you wanted regulation, should you not task these people with coming up with suggestions as to how they feel they should be regulated, instead of asking other people? Yes, when these organizations, umbrella bodies, already exist.
Okay, what is our worry? Our worry is that some of these people, in the name of preachers, might be criminals, isn't it? Do we have a criminal investigation system in place?
Do we have the DCI?
Do we have the certificate of good conduct in place? In other words, do we have a mechanism of checking whether Mbuvi could be predisposed to criminality? Yes, we do.
Yes.
Do you need one specific one for pastors? No.
Okay.
Let the criminal investigation check and say, this guy, and by the way, most of these guys may even have had a stint in the prison.
Yes.
And they got converted in the prison. So when they leave the prison and they get this calling, and they become pastors, you can't hold them to their past. Similarly, what we are dealing with here is that this is not a job. You can't vet me and say now I'm fit to be a preacher. If I don't have the calling, I don't have it. There has to be something about a calling. There's something to do. You remember Saul? Saul was a serious zealot, a serious lawyer, persecuting Christians.
Oh, yes.
Until he met his Damascus moment and he became even more zealous for Christ than anybody else. In other words, there's nobody you can touch and say this one is not fit, because God is not man to determine who can work for him and who can't work for him. So if we start now arrogating to men, the bureaucrats, that you go to some office somewhere in some tower in town, and to be vetted as to whether you can be. The easiest thing you are telling me is that you can go there with a brown envelope of 100,000, give the fellow, and you get your clearance. In other words, you have exposed people to unnecessary extortion, and you've also you're making millionaires unnecessary. Let these people work hard for their money. Not that I'm just going to be vetted, I'm giving you, bribing you. So for me, we don't need.
Okay. We don't need regulations.
We don't need regulations. We don't need the government to choose for us our pastors.
Okay.
We don't need government to tell us who is going to preach for us and what message we should have. But now you're also regulating the message. No. Just like we don't need any regulation on political speeches. And that's why we listen to all of them.
But at least for that, we have the NCIC that will actually check that Professor Olo here is not, doing, is not spewing hate speech to the people.
Let's agree. That's why that NCIC has never arrested, neither has it ever prosecuted anyone. Neither.
But it is because their powers have been...
No, forget about it. You see, let me tell you something, Mbuvi. Let me tell you something.
Yes.
There is absolute right of freedom of speech. I can call CT names now. That's my opinion. Does it make CT that? And you cannot stop me from expressing my opinion, however silly I may be. Okay. In other words, there is even freedom for one to be stupid and idiotic. In fact, there's a book called Surrounded by Idiots. So there is a place where idiots also contribute to the society. Because if there were no idiots, there would be no solutions. So in other words, you can't stop the society and want to panel beat it into a certain... The society is diverse. It is multifaceted. Let's allow 1,000 flowers to bloom. Let my stupidity be the reason why you run a show every day.
Yeah.
Let my sinfulness be the reason why the churches exist, so that perchance they can preach to me and then I get converted. In other words, it is not because we have no problems. We do have them. But the solution is not to try to pretend that we can solve all of them in a manner in which these guys are suggesting, bring a religious organization bill. No. That's very simplistic.
Yes.
And it is looking at symptoms rather than looking at the causes. We are asking and we are saying, what is the difference between a Kenyan who goes to Shakahola and a Kenyan who goes to a political rally? What's the difference? What is the difference between a Kenyan who believes that his life will be better because of a wheelbarrow and a Kenyan who believes that he can sell his property and go and be prayed for? Yeah. What is the difference between a Kenyan who believes that this guy, even though he didn't deliver as a governor in the term one, he can still now deliver in the... what is the difference?
Interesting question.
Yes.
Professor, we are about to take a short break. We have about a minute before we do that. But, countries such as Rwanda, for instance, have done it. They have done their very best to, at the very least, ensure that if you want to become a preacher in their country, at least kuwa na a theological, I'm not sure if it's a diploma or a degree, but at least lazima ukomendo umefanya theology for you to be able to open a church, a mosque, a temple, or whatever it is that you want to open. Shouldn't we have something similar here in Kenya?
Wewe nikuulize wewe. Jesus alienda shule gani? Jesus alienda university gani?
But that was 2000 years ago.
No. But you see, which university did he go to?
He didn't go to any university.
Yes, there was a natural endowment. He came from God himself, and he did what God asked him to. In other words, some of these things don't need a degree. Which degree does an imam need? Which degree does a street? The thing is, which degree does even a politician need? You don't need a degree to lead. What we need is, what is your commitment? What is your calling? Are you really passionate about what you are doing?
Okay.
The passion, the commitment, and the calling is what you need. Be the person that is available to be of a certain use, not necessarily. The most educated people are not necessarily the best people in this society. I know that because I'm one of them. But I'm not saying that there's no value in education. But education in itself does not make you a better person.
All right.
In some cases, we have been failed by people who are very educated.
Prof, wacha nijaze kikombe chako alafu turudi tuendelee kuongea.
Asante.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacist and Dentist Union Secretary General Davji Otela has raised serious concerns over the handling of hospitals in Kiambu County amid an ongoing strike. He said the county's approach to staffing and patient referrals is putting lives at risk. He explained that hospitals are unable to function properly because most consultants and specialized staff are absent.
In Kiambu County, we have unprecedented what we'll call illegal lockouts. In labor movements, there is employees can go on strike, and then the employer can have a lockout. And each of them has to give a notice and follow a procedure. But it's a situation whereby we are on a strike that is legally protected by the courts because we had tried all mechanisms.
This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacist and Dentist Union Secretary General Davji Atela has raised serious concerns over the handling of hospitals in Kiambu County amid an ongoing strike. He said the county's approach to staffing and patient referrals is putting lives at risk. He explained that hospitals are unable to function properly because most consultants and specialized staff are absent.
In Kiambu County, we have unprecedented what we'll call illegal lockouts. You know, in labor movement, there is employees can go on strike, and then the employer can have a lockout. And each of them has to give a notice and follow a procedure. But it's a situation whereby we are on a strike that is legally protected by the courts because we had tried all mechanisms to engage the county, and they were not having any willing to solve the problems. And court told us, okay, because this county cannot resolve the matter, proceed on strike. We went on strike. But county instead of engaging and resolving the problems, went into politics and into PR. And the first instance they did was to have employ some doctors, about 50 of them. And then they also had interns.
A Catholic community in Meru is reeling after the discovery of a nun's body in a house, with police naming a fellow sister as the prime suspect in the killing. The tragic incident occurred at Meru's children's home in Kabune, where 65-year-old administrator Sister Anselemina Karemi lived and served. Sister Karemi's body was found on Sunday morning, lying in her dining room with visible injuries and blood. She is believed to have been killed on Saturday night. President William Ruto has announced plans to establish a national infrastructure fund. The fund is meant to mobilize resources for larger-scale infrastructure projects aimed at propelling Kenya into ranks of developed nations. Speaking on Monday during the commissioning of the completed Phase 1 horizontal infrastructure of Konza Technopolis in Makueni County, Ruto said the fund will pool resources from the national budget, the private sector, and proceeds from privatization.
We have what it takes to have the resources to do this within Kenya. Putting together resources from our budget, building resources from our private sector, putting together resources from our privatization, we will be able to create a big pool of resources that we can use in an innovative manner, like all other countries have done, if we put it together under a national infrastructure fund.
Former Chief Justice David Maraga has issued a stern warning to Kenyans over the newly passed Privatization Bill 2025. Maraga is urging citizens to ensure public assets remain under the stewardship of the people. In a statement, Maraga described the bill as a sinister economic cold war against Kenya and warned that it represents a structural shift that will determine who controls strategic public assets. Madagascar's embattled President Andry Rajoelina has said he's sheltering in a safe place after an attempt on his life following weeks of protest calling for him to quit. In a live broadcast to the nation on Facebook, Rajoelina said, quote-unquote, a group of military personnel and politicians planned to assassinate me. He did not reveal his location, but unconfirmed reports earlier suggested that he had fled the country on a French military aircraft. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio.
I've never seen anything like this.
But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey.
You got it locked.
Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation 88.8 FM in Mombasa. No, in Nairobi. Ala, nishafika Mombasa mimi. 88.8 FM in Nairobi, and Mombasa it's 90.7. A very good morning to you. In studio we do have Professor Martin Olo. He is a lawyer and political analyst. And in the last hour we were talking about understanding the draft religious organizations bill of 2024, which by the way was withdrawn, and even the senator that had sponsored it alisema hii kidogo imekuwa tricky, and it's because it faced a lot of backlash from general public. But Professor, as we conclude the conversation around this bill, do we have the need for regulation of whatever? And I know you mentioned we have all these other bodies. We even have the Inter Council of Religious something. I'm forgetting the name exactly, but Inter-Religious Council of Kenya. Yes, that's the word. We have NCCK, Council of Bishops, and many other organizations that we can talk about. But are they doing enough to ensure that individuals, Kenyans, are not led astray, for lack of a better word?
You see, first of all, you said something about this bill having been withdrawn. There are a number of allegations out there, so I don't want anybody to go to sleep because we think it's been withdrawn. I think that Mungatana withdrew the bill in the Senate.
Yes.
And I believe that the current Attorney General has resuscitated this bill. The other day there was a cabinet approval of the task force and the bill. So this bill is not dead. But I know there's a lot of...
alive and kicking.
It's alive.
Okay.
But there are also court cases, active court cases.
Okay.
All I am saying, it's not a good bill and it should not see the light of day, because we don't need a law that regulates religious organizations. Religious organizations, freedom of worship, freedom of expression, freedom of speech are things that are inalienable. They are in a human being, and it does not matter whether you disagree with me or disagree with them. It doesn't give you a right to legislate against them. Having said that, I am saying we have enough criminal, we have enough penal codes, we know what constitutes a crime, we know what does not constitute a crime. I've told you that if a preacher asks you or asks me to give him 2,000 bob and I go in my pocket and give him 2,000 bob, that's not theft, that's not robbery,
that's willing buyer, willing seller.
Willing buyer, willing seller. So let's forget about our judgmental selves and try to think that there's something wrong with that preacher. No. If he is edifying somebody and that person is feeling sufficiently philanthropic and sufficiently spiritual, and they want to react,
by all means.
Yep. So let's forget about trying to imagine this is wrong, this is right. Not in matters.
But remember also, all these religions, as we call them, not necessarily denomination, but religions, they all have a manual of operation. Some call it a Quran, some call it a Bible. And within their respective manual, Vita, whatever you call the manual of operation, within it, they give you the tenets of how that particular faith needs to be practiced. They all have a handbook. Now, if you read the handbook and you look at the requirements of, say, the leadership, it's also clearly stated.
Yeah.
This one I have to read because I subscribe to the Christian faith, and this is something I understand. This is what the Bible talks about somebody who is supposed to be a leader. He must be sober-minded, self-controlled, respectable, hospitable, able to teach, not a drunkard, not violent, but gentle, not quarrelsome, not a lover of money.
Yeah.
You take that list, there are many people you'll disqualify.
Kwanza hapo kwa lovers of money, it's a wrap.
So I'm trying to tell you that the manual of operation tells you all these entities, the Episcopal Conference, or the Congregation of Catholic Bishops, believe me, they all know these things, not that they don't know. They ought to be the people who have a self-regulatory mechanisms for their own, because they all subscribe to that same manual of operation.
Yeah.
You don't need another manual. Now the bill is now superimposing on the manual that already exists.
Yes.
And you're trying to tell us that bill is going to be superior to this in telling you how Next, they're going to tell you how this manual of operation ought to be looked at, how it ought to be interpreted. No.
Allow me to read something about the Rwandan situation, and perhaps we just and I'll just brush through. First of all, Rwanda regulates religion through the Rwanda Governance Board, RGB. So key regulations and requirements, registration rather. All faith-based organizations must register with the Rwanda Governance Board. Leadership qualifications. Leaders may need specific academic credentials such as a degree in theology from an accredited institution. Building and safety standards, of course, that is according to the buildings. Then political activity. Religious groups are prohibited from engaging in political activities or supporting political candidates. Foreign missionaries. Foreign missionaries need a temporary resident permit, which I think we also have here. Then foreign preacher notification. So religious organizations must notify the RGB about foreign preachers, providing a detailed itinerary and qualifications of those particular people. And then there's much more to that particular bill or regulation. So shouldn't we have at least something similar? Not necessarily regulate what Professor Law will preach on Sunday, but at the very least ensure that Professor Law is a certified theologian, and he, as much as akona kipawa cha kupreach na akona kipawa cha kusoma Biblia ama Quran, at least Professor Law akuwe anajua how to lead a congregation.
Unajua religion
yes
is not economics, it's not what we know as to want to even economics does not regulate. That's why you leave markets to settle. The issue about religion and education are not connected. Having a degree does not make you a preacher. So to require theologians to have a degree is a good thing, but it's not necessarily a Christian thing or the solution to religion problems and so on. And Rwanda is not Kenya, please. Let's not try and super. I mean, why can't we also be the example to others? Why do we want to copy Rwanda? Why do we want to copy Somalia? To copy, I don't know, whatever. Why can't also those people come and copy us? And what we are saying is, when you look at our constitution and you look at Article 32, you look at Article 32, Sub-Article 1 and 2, the freedoms of religion are preserved. And because they are preserved, it's important that we live within that confine. Again, when you look at what I call the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, the First Amendment preserved or ousted any attempt by Congress or any legislation or any government to legislate against religion and freedom of speech. It preserved, it protected. Now, what we are saying is that matters of religion, and I want to refer you to Paul writing to the Romans.
Yes.
In chapter 2, verse 13 and 15, particularly 15. And this is what it says, because it's important that sometimes we have an authority to refer to. What it says in chapter 15 is that these matters of the law are written in the hearts. And it takes our conscience to accuse us, to know whether we are right or wrong. So government is not the conscience that Paul is talking about. I want to read it to you so that you don't think I'm just talking heresies. 15,
Yes.
This is what Paul says in 15. Let me just get it so that we are very... and it's about Gentiles and about the Jews and so on, from 13 there, but I want to stick to 15. It says, they demonstrate that God's law is written in their hearts, for their own conscience accuses them, and that for their own conscience and thoughts either accuse them or tell them they are doing right. Government is not a thought. Government is not a conscience. I don't need to tell CT what to do that is right. Let CT's conscience, let his thoughts either accuse him or affirm him. And that's it. Let all of us in that space saying we are working for God be accountable to him for what we do. We cannot be accountable to man.
All right. Ushasema, Professor. I guess we shall leave it at that.
Yes.
I want to switch gears a bit because you being a political analyst, perhaps will have a thing or two to say. And you did mention to me, well, we'll have this conversation between someone going for an ODM, rally and the one going for UDA one, who is where in terms of...
And one going to Shakahola. What's the difference?
Tofauti iko wapi? So now we are seeing a very interesting shift in politics, and especially the mountain region politics. DCP now being a very prominent party as far as that region is concerned, but also Jubilee has reawoken through the leadership of former President Uhuru. Are we going to see now a shift of, do I call it support as far as that is concerned? The mountain people now divided between, do we support Jubilee or do we stick with Rigathi Gachagua through DCP? What are your predictions or what are your observations so far?
Mbuvi and CT, we need to understand Kenyans. A Kenyan does not operate inside a political party. A Kenyan operates inside their ethnic being. When the people of one region are in a party of another, they are not necessarily operating in that party. They are following a leader of their group. So when you look at ODM and you see where its largest following is, it has nothing to do with ODM, the party. It has something to do with the leader of that party. In Mountain, let's us get this very clearly.
Yes.
UDA made inroads into the Mountain. Even when Jubilee was there and the president of Jubilee was there, they did not go with Jubilee, they went with UDA.
All right.
And they did not go with UDA, they went with William
Ruto.
As the individual. Now they are not refusing the UDA, they are refusing Ruto. And they were very clear, they said that, this man, we promised him. And sisi, no watu wa kuweka hadi. Tukisema, tunakaa. So they have already met their debt. They promised him, they have given him, and he has abandoned them as far as they are concerned.
Yes.
So they have also said, okay, we gave you our son, now we are dealing with our son, and that is Munyoro. So they are speaking through their ethnic being and through their interests. Forget about political parties. We don't have political parties in this country. Indeed, even when you look at the Political Parties Act, which again is the kind of duplication that this religious act bill is trying to suggest,
yes.
that because we have one for political parties, we also need one. That one has also failed. In fact, if that's the example they're using, it has failed to make political parties what they are.
Okay.
The register of political parties, for example, is just a toothless dog. Barking, no bite. So back to where we are.
Yes.
The politics of Mount Kenya are going to be determined by interests of people of Mount Kenya and by their ethnic selves.
Okay.
So it's not going to be which party. So to tell me that Jubilee has come, now it's going... No. Jubilee was there, Uhuru was there, and they said no, and they went with Ruto and they went with the UDA.
Right.
Now, what we should be asking is, what have they learnt and what do they want to do? Obviously, the people of the Mountain want to vote as a bloc, and they're looking for that bloc. If you have not understood the people of the Mountain, ask Moi. Moi came and gave them Uhuru. Uhuru was from the Mountain in 2002.
They chose
Where did they vote? They chose Kibaki. So, and they were not choosing a party, they were choosing where they believed their interests were. So they will always vote for their interests and so on. Moi had, during his good times, Moi had his puppets in Central, JJ, Kamotho and others. They made noise, but did the people of the Mountain necessarily go into Kanu? Because JJ was also a Kanu Secretary General. So the point I'm making is that these political parties are not the place for us to measure where our interests lie and where eventually our
allegiance
choices and allegiances will be. One thing I've told you is that do not trust a Kenyan. A Kenyan is very rational, and sometimes I believe he closes his eyes or she closes her eyes and acts politically, and recovers after a day and asks, "Aya, so what did I just do?"
Yeah.
They are not that predictable.
Speaking of Jubilee and speaking of Moi, his son, former senator for Baringo now, seem to be shaking hands with the president. And people are saying that perhaps now we're going to see a shift as far as, and he said it himself, now the president.
Paul,
yes.
hold it.
Yes.
Are we through with this discussion on
Wamunyoro?
Yes.
I actually want to bring it back in,
Okay.
or rather from a different angle.
Okay.
Because we are seeing in yesterday's paper where the president said he's currently in talks with former Baringo Senator Gideon Moi and former President Uhuru Kenyatta to see how they can move forward towards 2027. Now, of course, that means that he's trying to, and not trying, he's actually doing it to get all these support bases from the opposition onto his camp in Kenya Kwanza government so that he can solidify his win in 2027. What do you think about that?
That confirms that this dynasty that he was talking about is real, because now he's sat with the dynasty itself, and he has picked the biggest dynasty from Nyanza, the Odingas. Now he has the Moi dynasty, and he was in dalliance with the Kenyatta dynasty. The point being made that once you acquire power in this country, your friends are the former leaders, not necessarily the people who elected you. So the people who believe that he was coming to fight the Uhurus, to fight the Mois, must be very disappointed, because he can only join these people because their interests are similar. Remember, one of the things that actually made Gachagua go home,
yes,
is this feeling that he could actually take on the Kenyatas and perpetuate that kind of violence on the Kenyatta property and so on. And the establishment, and don't ask me what it is, where it is, but there's the animal called establishment, decided no, you cannot destroy the status. You must maintain the dynasty so that we can talk. Is Uhuru and Ruto talking? Obviously they are talking. Is Ruto and Senator now talking? Yes, they are talking. Are they in talks with Raila? Of course they are. Will this lead to a new idea, or will it only chip away? The problem is when Ruto is now telling us he's talking to Uhuru, when he's now telling us he's talking to Moi and Raila, it only takes away, it chips away his numbers.
Does it?
Because yes, these people do not come with the holoi poloi, they come with the elitism, they come with the status, they come with the dynasty.
Okay.
What made the holoi poloi believe him is that he was going to be their savior. He was going to break down the dynasty. Is he now breaking down the dynasty, or is joining them? What is the effect? It's disillusioning his holoi poloi. The people who believed that the wheelbarrow will take them across the river have since discovered that a wheelbarrow does not float on water. So it is consolidating power and consolidating the economics, the finances, but not the numbers. Let's get it right. It's not the numbers. What numbers is Gideon going to bring to him? Already he has the Kalenjins anyway. So did the opposition of Gideon really work against him? Not exactly.
Perhaps he was trying to scuttle the effect that was going to be experienced from the by-election in Baringo, because had Senator Gideon clinched that particular seat and become the senator, then in his own backyard it would have been seen that indeed he is losing grip. So he decided, look, and this is just me thinking out loud because I've had other people saying it. He said, look, you come here, let the UDA candidate take this particular seat, if indeed he is going to win, take this particular seat, so that I can still have this so-called power that I still hold in this region, that is the Rift Valley.
Whatever the case, I think the end game is the same. That there's no dispute that he has Rift Valley with him. What we should be asking is whether he has Nyanza in his pocket, whether he has Western in his pocket, and whether he has Central in his pocket. There's a by-election happening in Malava where UDA has literally put its life there. Farouk Kibet is there every day of the week, and they are determining who gets elected. That's the test, really. And if it is that obvious that that's what they have, then why are they working so hard? If it's obvious that he has Rift Valley, why is he working to even consolidate Gideon and others? Basically, there is the Swahili say what Achebe said, that yamkini mambo si shwari, things are no longer at ease. So basically, he has to keep on doing his maths. That he's even saying about it, it is it's giving us a signal that yes, he is worried about his maths and he's working on it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he had Gideon Moi won the Baringo seat. What would that mean for UDA in Rift Valley, or at least for the president in Rift Valley?
Yes, that is the point. That any loss for him in Rift Valley is a signal across the world,
the country,
the country, that hey, wait a minute, this guy, and but then let's get it also right.
Yes.
Let's not assume that the entire Rift Valley is behind him. No. There's enough disaffection among Rift Valley people with this presidency. So it's not just, they may not come out, they will not say it, but they have their own dissatisfactions. So this can show.
Are we likely to see also other conversations happening with other dissenting voices within Rift Valley, the likes of Alfred Keter and many others within his backyard, that perhaps will be like, okay, let's have this conversation?
That we should expect, and remember that this is a man who believes that any noise should be silenced in one way or the other, whether you're using money or whatever. That expected that he'll be reaching out. If he's not doing it already, he's reaching out because he wants 100% a consolidation of Rift Valley. Any disaffection, any dissent there is costly. If you know what, or rather, looking at our politics, if you know why Raila always loses, is his inability to consolidate his background or his backyard 100%. In fact, if you look at data, somebody like Kalonzo consolidates better Ukambani than Baba. In other words, Baba expects following. He will meddle in the nominations and dish and sell that party tickets and expect that those guys will still vote for him. And sometimes they vote by simply not turning up.
Right.
Yeah. So turnout in Nyanza is not something.
That is also a vote, by the way.
It's a vote. Is decide not to turn up, and so a vote in Nyanza is the turnout is below 70%, which is very serious.
Right.
Because when you look at these other places, when the turnout is counted, you're looking at it in the 90s.
Yes.
And that is something. When you are in this battle, you want even the dead to vote.
What do you think he offered the former Baringo senator for him to be convinced to, because from the analysis he was actually going to be the next senator.
Which analysis is this?
Come this election.
Mbuvi conducts his own analysis, but
from conversations I've had with with people actually coming from that particular region.
No, the truth is that he was going to be formidable. He is formidable. I mean, and particularly, you know, there's something about people in Rift Valley and people in Central. They hate unfairness. So when you treat one of them, like why are they with Gachagua? It's because they believe Gachagua was treated unfairly. Okay. Why would they agree with Gideon? They will say, look, Gideon is our person, so when you come here and you mistreat him, then you are also not respecting us. So there is a way in which these people respond that I believe even the president is trying to work on it. So yes, he was going to be a formidable candidate. Why? And by the way, there's something here that we are not saying.
Yeah.
For the longest time, Gideon being Daniel Moi's favorite son,
yes,
actually shielded the president from accessing the retired president. You know that. Any attempts that came were thwarted up to the point he died. Yeah. But you see now, there is something that he, and of course that was costly for him also in Rift Valley. There's something he's done over the last few weeks or few days after this rapprochement, including laying the wreath on the mausoleum of the late Moi. So there is quite a bit of significant shifts that are happening there. Politically, good signals in Rift Valley.
Actually, I would agree. It's not just Rift Valley. It's the whole country. And I'm going to tell you why. there are certain things that when they are done, certain activities when they are conducted, one gets the impression that they are intended to signal something. They're supposed to point in a certain direction, and sometimes they point in the direction that it was not intended. The times in which we live are completely different, and the difference was marked by what happened last year. It was completely significant, and when you look at the effects now with hindsight, you realize the significance and the weight of it. Meaning, it wasn't a commentary, it wasn't a statement, it was a position that was taken with regards to what it is or how it is the vast majority of the population of this country felt their lives should be governed. So when you find a decision being made by a president at the time of campaigning, and this is what President Ruto did. President Ruto actually moved us away from the classical and the traditional ways of politics that focused on tribe, meaning people who speak the same language as you. And the shift, he created a new tribe called Gen Z. Now that tribe actually exists. Now, everything that has happened, everything that you've discussed up to now, tells me that if the Gen Z were trying to fall asleep, they've been woken up again. And what they've been told, you are on your own. I am not with you. Because the very thing that led this group to elect him was he said, this is where your problem is.
Yeah.
He has gone and embraced their problem, which he very clearly told them was a problem. And there is a constant move to embrace them. So I'm telling you, this country is being done a very big favor.
Yeah.
It was done a favor in 2022, it's being done a favor now. And this president has enabled us to understand things that people may have argued back and forth about. But now with great clarity, those who fall into the category of individuals you refer to as dynasties will always gang up together against the rest of us. It's not complicated. And yet they rely on us to give them the numbers to be able to get the political power that they have. So when such clarity is presented to you, should you then not employ a little clarity of thought and ask, when someone is so clear in telling you exactly where they place you, what do you think you should do with that information? Should you ignore it? Or should you thank them and tell them, thank you very much for letting me understand? That statement that we like saying in Kenya, tukutane kwa debe. Now you say, okay, thank you very much. Wacha tukutane kwa debe. Because in all honesty, every successive government and the leaders who have been there, the one thing that they have done consistently is entrenched the status quo. We have seen changes here and there, but the status quo is what they have succeeded in entrenching. If there was a dynastic composition of people in power, what this government has done is created another dynastic composition, which has now joined with the existing dynastic compositions. So the citizens have been informed. So they
Now they know.
So our cult continues.
Yes.
Either we believe in dynasty or we still believe in lying. So cultism continues in the political space. Now what City is saying is that, are we going to see lessons from it? Obviously, this 2027 is going to look like a modern 2002. When people will begin to coalesce, and they are coalescing with the numbers, because the numbers are not with the dynasty, the numbers are against, they are away from the dynasty. The majority of people feel disenchanted with the direction of this country. They are younger, they are youthful and aggressive.
You mentioned something, Prof, at the beginning of the conversation, that we are still tribal. So what does that mean for that young voter, or the youth vote rather, that has been singing for the longest that they are tribeless, partyless, leaderless? Does it honestly mean, because you're not the first person to mention this, actually I think every single analyst, politician who sat here, they've actually said it, that at the end of the day, hiyo ilikuanga tu ni maneno kwa karatasi. 2027, I'm still going to vote as a Kamba, Luo, Kikuyu, Kalenjin, whatever.
Let's get it right that we are talking about regions, and we are talking about blocks of people, and we are talking about youth bulge, and we are talking about Gen Zs and so on. So if you want to segment it by saying that there will be votes that will be delivered because this block or this region says this is where we are going. Okay? And it will matter less who is in that area and who is not. Remember, when it came to 2022, when the people decided that they were going yellow, it was difficult for any other color to convince them anywhere in any other way. This time round, once they decide where they want to go, it will be that way. But there is a category of people that are going to say, we want to vote against X. And those people are going to say, we have been lied to, we have been killed, we have been betrayed, and that is going to be a massive vote. Now it will go whichever way the wind is going in terms of the opposition politics and so on. Certainly, they will not be pro-establishment.
Are you saying that is the young people? Those are the young people, rather.
Young people in Nairobi are going to vote the way their mind is sending them. I don't think that young people in Western are going to vote like young people in Nairobi. I don't think that young people in Mount Kenya, Kilifi are going. They will vote around their issues and around their regions. So there is a bulge, yes. There's a growing urban population, yes. But the issues, they are not homogeneous. That the young person in Nairobi isn't thinking the same way as a young person in Mombasa, or the same way as a young person in Nakuru and so on. Yet there is a disaffection among them, unemployment, lack of opportunities, some sense of despair and so on. That will lead them to something. I want to say on this radio show that we will see in 2027 very interesting people elected. There will be nobody. There will be people we don't know, but they will have come because of a force of numbers they'll have mobilized. So unlike the people that we know, the older people, the ones that make noise and tell us. Remember, there was a young man who was elected somewhere in Meru who was walking on foot and just pushing a wheelbarrow. There will be many such people that will come through
in this coming election.
Coming election, whether at MCA level, whether at the MP level, particularly in the urban populated areas.
Yes.
Back to the
Mashinani,
the blocks, we are likely to see the same issues at play. But again, as I've told you, which is something that I'm ready to keep repeating.
Yes.
We close our eyes and get over with the elections and wake up the following day wondering what we just did. That will not be strange. It's very characteristic of us that we might hear all these noises and then come the morning after, we all get shocked with the results we will have. Not that we will have learned so much, but it will be consistent of us. So I'm not giving us the credit that all of a sudden we are going to be so alert, so awake, until there will be money thrown at us and we'll refuse it. I'm not giving us that. I know that we'll take money, but there are people who will be shocked after spending so much money, and they don't see the result that they were looking for.
Tuzungumzie Kalonzo kidogo. Dr. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka right now looks like the most prominent official opposition leader and people are favoring him to actually be the flag bearer. But what is the reality on the ground really? Is he like the only serious contender as far as that position is concerned?
It is not about Kalonzo. It will not be about any fellow in the opposition. It will be what Kenyans want. Remember, in 2002, Kibaki was remotely associated with even the ticket and whether he could get it. Remember, he had run on DP, he had run several times and come short several times. So nobody, in fact, there were other people there that were thought to be serious. But at some point, when Kenyans said, let us do it, okay, the mathematics was very clear. Moi has given us Uhuru. Let us give him Kibaki. Let us put 2 Kikuyus on the ballot.
And see how it goes.
Now, it is going to be mathematics that we shall play with. We already know where Ruto is coming from and what he's trying to do. We already know what dynasties he's assembling. It will be, if this is the dynasty, how do we face this dynasty? Of course, the dynasty will come with a Kwacha. They'll come with a Mangondo. They'll come with a Mafaranga. You know, they'll come with it. Now, how do you face the dynasty with their cash cake? And that's the politics that Kenyans are going to do.
Right. So, going back to 2002, had President Moi chosen a different person, would we have seen a Kibaki presidency?
Perhaps not. And what you are saying, had Moi left the politics of KANU to take their own course, would KANU have taken over? The answer is yes. Because there was everything, there was traction with it. It had Saitoti, it had Musalia, it had
very many individuals
that could. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, you know, hawk-eyed KANU organizing sector, it had numbers. Of course, it had attracted the NPK with it, NDP with its tractor, which it had swallowed. So, yes, it would have taken its own course. But he helped the country by going his route, which is, hey, you guys, I'll fix this country for you. And we told him, no, you go and retire, we will fix it for ourselves. You know, one of the things that Ruto does not learn is that he thinks he has what it means to fix us. And maybe he has fixed us for quite a while. But our time is coming to fix him. So he had better know that Kenyans are also looking for their chance.
Yeah.
And they might just get it in 2027.
Right.
Yeah.
You've rightly said that had President Moi probably let the internal mechanisms work themselves out, perhaps we would never have seen a Kibaki presidency. And we also see President Kibaki, when he was leaving office, he never really endorsed a single individual.
He did.
Did he now?
He did.
Who did he
his
endorse?
style was not Moi's style.
Ali endorsed nani?
Uhuru.
Actually, he did. And let's get this right. Uhuru was the leader of opposition in Kibaki's first term. The Uhuru of the first term and the Uhuru of the second term was different. Remember that Uhuru never ran against Kibaki at the end of the first term. Why? Handshake. There was a deal. Handshake.
You've underlined the word check. Okay.
So there was a silent agreement. Support this mzee. Your turn is coming. And the first cut that came out of that bag was Michuki saying, you guys, this is our direction. And you remember that statement was made very early in the second term of Kibaki.
Yes.
So yes, there was, his style is different. I mean, Kibaki's style was different, as always.
Yes.
He didn't throw his weight in it. He silently said, Yunisawa. And that's it. And the rest took off. So it's how he did it that's different, but yes, he did it.
Then now we have President Uhuru, who publicly endorsed Raila Odinga.
Did he?
He did. See,
he in many ways.
He even campaigned for him.
Did he?
Yes, he did.
There's something CT is saying, which is publicly, but generally, did he by body language and everything else? Yes. By resources, yes. But the question is, did it work well for Raila? Perhaps not. In fact, and this is now the issue, that it depends on who puts his hand on you. And that also affects Matiang'i, for example.
Okay.
As long as you are going to be a project or to be seen as such, it's not going to go well. And Uhuru is not one of the guys who is so liked in maybe in Kenya, but again, he's not there's no fanatical following for him. In Central, Uhuru suffered because the people had more or less believed Ruto than they believed him. So, I mean, the likes of Gachagua didn't care. about him and criticized him publicly and so on. To date, I'm not sure that the things have so changed. He's still their son. They are happy with him, but not necessarily.
But you know, it's strange, Prof, because in 2013,
yes,
the very thing you mentioned about how it is people respond to their own when they feel this person has been mistreated. See, we are discussing a situation where we had a president who came from Central Kenya, Kibaki. We had the 2008 problem. And the person who seemed to take any action was Uhuru.
Yes.
And,
in protecting.
Yes, and his efforts took him to The Hague. Okay? Now, the person who apparently was pursuing an opposite agenda was then the person became his deputy. Again, his efforts took him to The Hague. Okay? They both ended up at The Hague. So, come the election time, the thing that nobody anticipated, or if you're looking at the legality of it, said these two fellows are inductees. It was not they were being said. No, they were inductees. They had been told, come and answer. Okay? But we said, Apana, we are electing these fellows. Uru's backyard, all the names, I learned words that I didn't know existed. He was called all manner of things, and all positive about the sort of leadership he was supposed to provide. I find it interesting that 5 years later, things had changed dramatically. But there's a pattern. I look at Kibaki's presidency, the man who got votes that nobody else has ever gotten in a president, they were overwhelming. Man, 2 years into his presidency, the man was suddenly unpopular, and you're wondering, what is it about the voters? So this thing you said about how people vote, and then suddenly there's this moment when either some madness envelops them or their eyes clear. I'm saying this because if I look at the leadership that we now have, President Ruto's leadership, there's a lot of disquiet in his backyard. It's not all smooth sailing. But this man was fanatically popular. Fanatically popular. And that seems to have gone down. And the problem with that, it also indicates that people may not vote for you. See? Now, the person who seems to have maintained for the longest time that fanatic following is the ODM leader. And then this handshake seems to have now shaken that particular fanatism of the following. So when I say that we are in interesting times, and that there is a clear shift in the way we think politically, it is arising from these things. Because I cannot understand how it is when I look at, say, the BBI and what it is that was proposed in it. Uhuru foresaw the need for the people of his region to always have a say. And a parliamentary system seemed to have been a good way, because one of the things they were going to do, if I remember correctly, was increase the number of constituencies.
Yes.
So once you do that, because of the numbers, automatically that's a group you cannot ignore. And then the very people who this might benefit should, and you're thinking, do they know what they've just done? I'm lending credence to what you're saying. So there's a certain irrationality that we have towards politics. That's when our witchcraft comes in, if you believe in it. So it's like somebody blows juju in a certain direction, and then, yes, and people lose their minds, and it's only after they've acted on it that they suddenly realize what they have done. Now, bring that to the time that we are in now. It looks like the people who are in leadership are the ones who have had this blown in that direction, because they seem to be taking the very actions that will actually act against them come an election.
Yeah. The beauty of what you are saying is that where is the impetus and where is movement and shifts going to come from? The shift is coming from the mountain. The mountain votes to the last person. The passion to vote is so high that the turnout is certainly assured. So what you can work on, if you are in President Ruto's shoes, is voter suppression.
Voter?
Suppression.
Okay.
And that is not out of equation in terms of political strategy. In Rift Valley and Nyanza, certainly voter turnout is going to be low, because the passion is not there, the interest is not there. Now, if I was advising opposition, that's where I would look to see what monkey business is going to be played around those numbers going up, because a single staffing of 10 to 20% can make a big difference. So one has to look in that direction. In Nairobi, it's going to be difficult for them. So they have to, if the incumbency will find it difficult. You see, Nairobi has a way in which you touch this, it grows that way. So they'll be looking to the outskirts to see what to do, and the likes of Coast and so on. So if you are looking at voter turnout and you're looking at voter suppression, you need a strategy if you are the opposition candidate. And you know, one of the things that we want to also say is that we have seen it in Madagascar.
Yeah.
We've seen it in Malawi. People don't think that it can happen here, but it can also happen here. It's a question of how people are organized and how people are particularly driven to what is critical.
Prof, there's a question here from
Yes.
a viewer. This is Nyaboke asking, Mbuvi, ask if the mountain is divided. Rigiji said that when Kikuus come together, it's tribal, but Kales come together, it's a unity. Is the mountain divided?
The mountain is not divided. Do not be cheated. The mountain is solid. In fact, over 80% of the mountain knows what it wants. Yeah.
Someone else, this is Gypsy Kona Nasema, Professor Martin Olo, some of us have learned and seen through some of the Gen Z can also be bought by Ruto. At the moment Ruto has the heaviest briefcase, hunger always takes center stage.
I have said it, do not rule out the issue of money. In fact, I can tell you, if I gave you money and you do not work for it, take it, eat it. Nothing will happen to you, but exercise your own judgment.
Yes.
Yeah, because you didn't ask for it, I gave it to you. Eat it, but do the right thing. So yes, Gen Zs are hungry, and indeed Kenyans are hungry.
On that I differ with the prof. My advice is don't take that money, because when you refuse that money, you remove the power that comes with it, or the power that is supposed to come with it. When you say, no thank you, it's checkmate.
Yeah, you see, that is in a normal world. In this world of where, first of all, it's not even your money. You have been gathering.
Actually, it
this
is your money.
No, wait, I'm saying as a taxpayer, it's your money.
Yes.
But the person who is giving you is not his money. So if he has been gathering it through hunter-gathering techniques, take the money. I would not tell you not to take the money, but use your conscience to vote right.
But your conscience has already been seared. The moment you take that money, your conscience has been bought. It has been seared. Believe me.
Really?
Oh, yes.
If you two are campaigning for the same position, and I obviously prefer Professor Olo, but you've come to me with 10 Gs, and I have a need that 10 Gs will cover, I might end up taking it, but at the end of the day, it doesn't mean that I'll vote for you.
Then you do not understand the psychology of the Kenyan voter as well as you think.
But
I am a Kenyan voter.
There's something.
I'm a Kenyan voter.
There's something Mbuvi is saying, and this you need to spend time and understand it. CT. During election times, there are different candidates that serve different purposes. There's a candidate where people wake up in the morning, they have lunch there, they have supper there, but there's a candidate where people go and sleep. Tunakunywa chai saa 8, tunakula lunch hapa, lakini tunalala kwa Mbuvi jioni, and that usually is the candidate that wins. So when you see people busy with you, they're keeping you busy, they know you have a tap that is opening. Once you have opened that tap, they eat, they go and laugh at you in the evening with the other one who is their popular candidate, who of course he also has his own tokens to give, but he knows that let's destroy that guy. So let's keep CT busy, let's keep CT's money flowing, but the votes go elsewhere. Now if you want to get that sense, you check even Ukambani, for example. Money works, but votes still go one way. And that's a very important development.
In fact, Paul here has been at great pains to keep asserting that one Mr. Kalonzo Musyoka is the popular opposition leader. And I wonder where he gets his data from. He is a an opposition leader, without doubt, but most popular. How exactly?
You see, my Paul is
Yes.
talking from a position. Okay, let's get it. This time round, people are looking for consistency. They are also looking for somebody who can mobilize nationally. The advantage that Kalonzo has is been around this space, has been tried, tested here, and the people know his weaknesses, just like people knew Kibaki's weaknesses. But when people decided to trust Kibaki, it wasn't because he was the greatest among the candidates, no. Perhaps he was the most amiable person. Is Kalonzo amiable? Is he somebody that can be vengeful and so on? Those things will come into play. But then the question is, who is more or who is less of this and that? So that will come. Is he having a chance? Oh, definitely he does. He does. He's projected himself. He has supported Baba more than twice. Supported Kibaki before. So generally, there are people who think he has also contributed, he sacrificed. No doubt about it. Is he likely to be the candidate that people say settle on? No, who knows? A day in politics is very long. Does he have a chance? Yes, he has a chance. Does everybody in opposition have a chance? Yes, except Wamunyoro. Wamunyoro will be a king leader, or a kingmaker, but not the king. And if he makes a mistake, that will be his downfall. Yeah. So he can only lead people.
Why are you saying that he cannot be the king?
Wamunyoro in this equation is Moses. He can only take
you to the promised land but not enter it.
There's a Joshua that will do that in this conversation, both in terms of his status, in terms of the impeachment and so on. So he can only take. He cannot try to.
There's only so far he can reach.
Yeah. But the point is that let's also agree, there are also other things that are in equation. You've seen that even the people from the mountain are not now very keen to occupy, but they're very keen to control who occupies. And that's a very important point that they are going to give. They're of course going to do a deal. Yeah. So if it's CT, do a deal with CT and tell CT it's not about you. We are going to lay the financial muscle here. You just do the politics. We'll sort out other things.
But now wouldn't that make the next person if they do support someone, of which it's likely they will, would that person then become a puppet?
You see, there is, and this is important for us to know. Kenyans have learned enough. Remember the MOU between Raila and Kibaki? Remember the deal between Uhuru and Ruto? Kenyans have learned enough. So every stage we are going to, Kenyans are going to. If we do a deal with CT, we will make sure that we hold him to certain things. So we are tightening these demands as we go along. Yes, but does that stop me from being rogue? No. Yeah. But what do we do if you become rogue? We deal with you, and we have learned. Ask UDA what it is feeling in Central. There are people. You get your returns while still here. That you betray us, we show you.
Malipo ni hapa duniani.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Professor. This is where we come to a close as far as this conversation is concerned. Please find time and come again.
Wow, my friend. It's that, my friend. Okay,
Where were you
guys have.
supposed to be?
For me now, you guys have eaten my day.
All
But
right.
whatever you've done, I think it's been great.
Yes.
And thank you for having me.
Karibu
It
sana.
was good connecting with CT here.
Right.
We have other things we deal with him sometimes, but not always. And it's nice to meet you as well, Paul.
Nice to meet you, Professor.
Asante. Thanks.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation.